Good morning. We're going to call the December 17th, 2019 Charter Authorizing Panel to order. I want to welcome everyone here today. My name is Ivy Pfeffer. I'm the chair of the Charter Authorizing Panel, and we've got a little bit smaller number today, but we do have 4 members of our Charter Authorizing Panel here, and so we can go ahead and proceed. Mr. Greg Rogers will be joining us later, but we'll just pick him up on the next agenda items after he gets here. I would like for you to check your cell phone devices to make sure they have been silenced. And Ms. Sharon Hill, we want to welcome you here, our court reporter. She will be providing a transcript of the meeting, and it will also be posted on the DESE website. Since she is doing this, we ask that anyone who's going to be speaking today speak clearly in the microphone so that we can get it recorded, and also so our viewing audience can be watching via live stream. So we'll go ahead and begin this morning with our consent agenda, and we have our meeting minutes and also the meeting schedule on the consent agenda. So if you've had time to review that, and if we're ready for a motion, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chairman, I move the adoption of the entire consent agenda, both items, if that's proper.
Okay, we have a motion to approve our consent agenda.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and so the consent agenda is approved, and we can move on with our action agenda. So the first item is a hearing for our public charter school renewals, and the first district is Siloam Springs. And Ms. McLaughlin, will you introduce that for us?
Good morning. Kelly McLaughlin, Charter Office. We have Siloam Springs High School. They are a district conversion charter that was initially authorized on November 19th, 2014. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 9 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 1,600. We have representatives from the Siloam Springs School District that are appearing before the Charter Authorizing Panel to request a renewal of the current charter through June 30th, 2026. Mr. Jody Wiggins, Superintendent, Rob Lindley, High School Principal, and Jerry Price, High School Assistant Principal, are here to make the presentation, and you will want to swear them in. They will have 20 minutes to make their presentation. If there is no opposition, they will have an additional 5 minutes, and then that will be followed up with your questions and answers.
Okay. All right, so if all the representatives of the charter and anyone speaking in opposition, please stand to receive the oath. Yeah. You can come on up here because y'all will probably want to stay near the front. All right, if you will raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, so please state your name for the record as you speak, and you're recognized, and we'll go ahead and get started. You have 20 minutes.
Good morning. I would like to thank the panel for allowing us to come down and present this morning. Rob Lindley is our high school principal, Jerry Price is our assistant principal at the high school, and they'll be doing most of the presentation. I would just like to say at the beginning that 5 years ago we came down and asked for our original charter because of a need in our community, and that need had been presented to us by a coalition of industry leaders and our Chamber of Commerce. And it was centered around CTE, Career and Technical Education, specifically Industrial Maintenance Program of Study. And so we started there and have grown that, and I think Jerry's going to expand upon that quite a bit. But I want to thank you for the original charter, and I want to thank you for this opportunity. And I'll turn it over to Jerry.
Good morning, I'm Jerry Price. I am the assistant principal at Siloam Springs, and I'll be doing the majority of our presentation this morning. I do want to thank you for the opportunity to tell our story, and that is what we feel that this is. It really is an opportunity for us to tell a little bit about who we are and kind of what our goals are and what we hope to do in the future. At any point that you tell your story, Hopefully most of it is positive, but you have some things that you're working on. And so in our presentation today, we hope to present to you the things that we've done in the past 5 years under the charter that we were granted, and then look at the things that we need to do better as we move forward, as well as things that we want to iterate on, as in repeat and do even more of the work that we're doing in our community. I'd like to begin just with a review of our charter of the last 5 years. And the things that we're going to highlight here are the types of program that we are typical for in Siloam Springs, which are just partnerships between us and our community that kind of marry our community needs with the skills of our students to bring together to a place where our kids are getting real life experiences that are going to lead to careers in our community that are valued and needed. With this, that partnership and that rich history is really how we developed all of our programs. And I'm going to start with our industrial maintenance program, which is kind of a keystone program for us at Siloam Springs. Our industrial maintenance program, as Mr. Wiggins said, started when our industries came to us and just asked for help. They were really having a difficult time getting skilled labor within the different plants and industries in our region, in the areas of maintenance in particular. So we began the process of researching and trying to develop a program that could meet that need. In 2015, when we started this program, 69% of the industries in Northwest Arkansas reported that they were having trouble finding skilled labor to fill the needs that they had in their different industries, and in particular in the industrialized plants that we have in Northwest Arkansas. We started our program as a desire to not only give our kids opportunities, but to meet that need. In 2017, that need had gone from 69% not being able to find skilled labor down to 46% not being able to find skilled labor. So we made a reduction of 23% in Northwest Arkansas. Now, while our program is not the only program that has filled that gap, we feel like that this partnership between high schools, technical schools, and the industries has been what has led to filling that gap. And in our program, we were the first of its kind in Arkansas, probably one of the first in the nation, to have an industrial maintenance program in a high school. And what we've done is really just come together as a team with our industry partners, built a curriculum that works to meet their needs, and then also exposes our students to everything that they need to be successful in the realm of industrial maintenance. The next program that we tackled after industrial maintenance in our CAS program is our Registered Medical Assistant program. So typically, registered medical assistant programs are found in technical schools and junior colleges. We were the first in the state of Arkansas to house one in our high school. And so with registered medical assistant, our goal was simply to meet the need for shortage in nurses. Now, while our students don't leave as nurses, what it does do is that we found that our local clinics and our hospitals were starting to use registered medical assistants in their shortage of nurses to fill that gap. So we felt like if we offered something different, this is above CNA, it's different than CNA, and it allows our students to go in and actually fill a very specific need that hospitals and clinics need. And so in our registered medical assistant program, it is kind of a capstone where they end all of their medical professions classes with a class called medical specialization. They receive over 200 hours of classroom training leading up to that year, and then 100 hours of clinical training. So they actually go into the hospitals, into the medical clinics, and learn what nurses do. We thought this did two things. It gave them a leg up in their opportunities, not only for jobs right out of high school, but also in nursing school. Those that want to go on to be nurses have something kind of in their hands that they can say, hey, I have this and I have this experience, and that allows me a little bit better opportunity in nursing school. It's very competitive with the shortage that's happening. And so we kind of married those two things together. One that I want to visit about as well is Panther Creative. every school, not every school, but lots of schools have a small business operations class. And so they run things like a school store or something similar to that. In Siloam Springs, we developed a marketing firm. So what we did was we took our small business operations students, those business-minded kids, we got them to go into the community and connect with our small businesses to see what their needs were. And what we found was that the need was really for marketing materials, for training videos, marketing videos, paper goods that they could send out in marketing. So we developed a marketing firm. Our students that are the business students connect with the small businesses. They bring that need back. They connect with the creative team. The creative team fills the need, whether that's promotional videos, training materials, marketing materials that are paper, and then they send that back to the small businesses for them to use in their areas. This allows small businesses an opportunity to have high quality marketing materials at a very affordable cost to them. And it allows our students to do really like real life projects that we feel are just so important. It fills the need for our community. Secondly, gives our kids needed skills and internship hours. Our other program that I don't have listed here is a bilingual customer service program where our upper level Spanish students, our AP Spanish students, participate in a class where they learn customer service, and then they go fill a need for translation services in our small businesses. So in our community, we're about 35% Hispanic, and that allows those small businesses that really don't have a Hispanic person working for them an opportunity to have translation services. Gives our kids good internship hours and very practical experience, and then meets the needs in our community. As you can tell with all of those programs, what we have done is take the needs of our community, marry that to the skills of our students, and bring that together in a way that gives real life experiences for our kids, but also meets the needs of our stakeholders. I'd like to highlight a few of our CTE programs of study. Of course, we have kind of just the normal things. I think some of the newer things that have come in since we were here last are our drones course. So we have an FAA certified drone pilot as one of our teachers, and she teaches that course, and we're going to work on expanding that as well. The other expansions that we're bringing on board, hopefully coming up in the next cycle of our charter, are cybersecurity. We're going to kind of add back in the EMT program to go with our medical specialization, and then the CASE curriculum, which is a very rigorous agriculture curriculum that focuses on the sciences. In Siloam Springs, one of the things that we really focus on, as do a lot of schools in the state of Arkansas now, are our industry certifications. I feel that in a lot of ways we've really led with our industrial maintenance program. We really led the charge with this. We use the NCCER core curriculum, which has a series of certifications that are nationwide. We also offer within that program AWS welding certification. That certification is recognized. It's probably the most nationally recognized welding certification out there. And our kids have the opportunity to leave with that certification. We also, again, do the FAA drone certification, and then we have several others, including American Allied Health, our registered medical assistant, phlebotomy, those things as well that I've already talked about. In Siloam Springs last year, our students earned 624 total industry certifications. Most of those were in Microsoft, and so our kids leave well versed with a tremendous amount of computer skills, but we also have some very specialized certifications like childcare. We offer a parapro for students that might want to go on and even maybe work as a parapro and work their way through college to become a teacher. We have several others that you can see on our list up there. One of the things that we really pride ourselves in Siloam Springs with is our connection, as you can tell, our connection between our students and our industry. We start in the 8th grade with a hands-on career fair. We have our industry representatives come in and they have something for the kids to do. For example, Lazy Boy brings a chair all the parts of a chair, and the students go through and they put together a Lazy Boy recliner. So that's a hands-on career fair. That starts in the 8th grade. In high school, we do industry tours to give our kids exposure to all of the different things that are available in Northwest Arkansas. We do those in Siloam Springs. We do those in all of Northwest Arkansas. And then we have representatives from industry come in, and sometimes our students go to their places on a tour, and then they provide lunch for the students, and HR directors go through all of the things that they do in that business. And then finally, we have a reverse career fair. This is a capstone project for our students in our CTE program. And what they do is the students prepare a visual portfolio. And so we have them all set up in the concourse of our gym, and our industry representatives come in and do informal interviews with the students. And after those interviews, they give them feedback on their communication skills, their professionalism, their presentation, and it just really gives the opportunity for our kids to kind of have a little bit of practice in those soft skills that are so needed. With this, I've included a few of the flyers. The students prepare these flyers about themselves. It's just one thing. These are takeaways, so the industry folks can grab this and take it with them if they are looking at hiring in the future, or they just want to show kind of what we're doing at Siloam Springs High School. So you can get a close-up of one of those flyers. This one, Carolyn Dinger, so one of our former students. So the only other thing that's really new that I didn't present here is more of an academic course. We've developed a personalized learning program in Siloam Springs, and that program is a flexibly paced, mastery-based, project-based program of learning. We have about 300 students that participate in that program now, with about 200 of those students completing all of their core courses in a personalized learning environment. Similar to an online environment or a virtual environment, except that we have the teachers right there in the classroom. We utilize a digital curriculum, and we allow the students to flexibly pace their way through those programs. And I can answer questions about that when we finish up if you have more questions there. At this time, I'd like to go through our original charter goals. So these are our the original goals that we set when we developed the charter, and I'm just going to walk through each one of them individually. So our first goal was that 70% of our graduating seniors would meet the 4 ACT College Readiness Benchmarks. This is one of the goals that we did not meet. And while we're performing above the state average on the ACT, these readiness benchmarks have been very difficult for us to master. As you can see, those percentages are quite low. And so we've put some things in place over the last few years, and I'm going to talk about several things that are actually working towards this goal, along with our goals for ACT Aspire. But just for this part, I want to talk about how we have developed a kind of a focused, very systemic growth plan for our school. And so I know everybody has a SLIP plan. They have their school level improvement plan. Ours really revolves around these readiness benchmarks and around literacy skills. And so what we've done in last year, we actually implemented professional learning communities across the board. So we had professional learning communities in our core classes before last year, but last year was the first year that we had across the board, school-wide professional learning communities. This year, we also added common planning time for all PLC teams, and that's electives and core. And then we also initiated our intervention program. So every Wednesday, we have a 40-minute intervention period that our students participate in. And those interventions are designed revolving around the way students perform in the class, but primarily around literacy skills and ACT benchmark readiness skills. That's pretty much that. We also, we'll go on, I'll talk about our literacy plan as we kind of move forward. So our second goal was that all CAS, now when I say CAS, I mean industrial maintenance on the front end, but we also include that medical specialization program that's under the CAS umbrella as well. So CAS stands for Career Academy of Siloam Springs, and that's really primarily our CTE students. So our goal was that all CAS students would take the ACT their junior year. We didn't meet this goal. We did in medical professions. They have so far all taken the ACT. But in our industrial maintenance program, there are a lot of those students that do not plan to go to college. They either are going to go to a technical school or they're going to go straight to work. And so some of those students did not take the ACT. Our third goal was to meet or exceed the ACT state average, and we met that goal. We have been above the state average just slightly through the years. Our fourth goal, and this is where we're kind of going to camp. We're going to kind of sit a while here because this is where we found that we need the most improvement at Siloam Springs High School. So our goal was to meet or exceed the state average on English language arts. Originally it was the PARCC assessment. Of course, now it's the ACT Aspire. As you look at this chart, you can see that we really only met this goal 1 year of the 4 that were in our charter so far. And we've really struggled with our literacy overall. And as we really broke down our literacy scores, particularly last year and this year, we've really just come to the conclusion that a lot of our problem is a systemic problem. It's not necessarily our English teachers' problem. It's that we have honestly just not done a good job of teaching the literacy skills across the curriculum in every area. As we break down those literacy skills that are tested on the ACT Aspire, we've really just taken the approach that everybody in our school is becoming a literacy teacher. So this year what we've done is we've developed a school-wide literacy plan. So we have our school level improvement plan, but we have a literacy plan that is school-wide just for these sets of skills. And kind of the approach that we took, we broke down the ACT Aspire scores. We looked at the actual test questions that were being missed and broke that into essential literacy skills. We put together a team, and then that team we gave the charge of producing a series of professional development courses for our teachers. So every other week on Wednesday afternoons for about an hour and a half, our teachers meet with specialized teachers, English teachers, literacy coaches, those kinds of folks that we have in our building and in our district. They meet with them and they do breakout sessions for literacy skills that they are learning in order to create activities for our kids. And so every other week we do breakout sessions and they choose which ones work best for them. In the PLCs, our literacy coach is supporting our PLC teams with this process as well. So as they go into their breakout sessions, they learn a specific activity or strategy. And then our literacy coach supports that in the PLC meetings. We then develop common formative assessments that revolve around those literacy strategies, come together, talk about that, the way our kids performed, how they did, and then make that, build that part into interventions for those students. Starting in January, we will also be doing for our intervention program, all juniors will be doing ACT type prep, and so we're developing those courses as well. So students will have breakout sessions that they can choose from based on their needs, based on their ACT Aspire scores, and we'll kind of direct those students on where we feel is the greatest need for them. Our sixth goal was that 90% of our students completing the program, and when it said the program, that meant the industrial maintenance program, would participate in job shadowing, industry tours, and internships. This one we do across the board. Every CTE program does job shadowing, internships. We have that opportunity for every completer program, and then we do a lot of industry tours every year. So we've met this goal with 100% participation. Goal number 7 was that 90% of our students completing our CAS program would attain at least 3 hours of college credit or at least 1 industry certification before graduation. 100% of our students that complete our CTE programs get at least 1 industry certification so far. So we've really done well with this. Our next goal was that 90% of our graduating seniors would attend college or technical school or enter the workforce at an entry-level position that pays more than minimum wage. This is one that we found very difficult to measure. Those kids are hard to track down once they graduate. And so we do, of the kids that have answered our surveys, between 75 and 90% of our students have met this goal.
So we're at the 20 minutes.
Okay.
If there's not anybody here to speak in opposition, you have an additional 5 minutes, and so we'll just let you keep going.
Okay.
And there is nobody here to, so you go ahead
Okay,
and
thank you.
continue on.
Graduation rate of 90%, we've met that goal. So this takes us to our next 5 years. Kind of what do we see in our future? With this charter, the main focus of our charter has really been, and I'm going to go through all of the actual performance goals are really just incremental increases. So I'm going to go through this fairly quickly, but it's just incremental increases in our ACT composite score, our literacy scores, and our math scores for our next series, the next 5 years. And so you can see those. We also want to increase our participation with the ACT, increase annually by 3% for math in ACT Aspire. The same for literacy, except we're increasing by 0.2. Our goal is to increase, for ACT, it's clicking the same things over, my bad. Okay, so our goal is to increase the percentage of students being identified as ready for ELA, so English Language Arts, and that's 3% annually is our goal. Increase the percentage of students being identified as ready in regards to science. That is also 3% annually is our goal. Graduation rate of 90% annually. Something is happening here. There we go. Our next steps as far as program changes. In the next 2 to 4 years, we would like to develop a virtual school program for our students at Siloam Springs High School. Obviously, we see the need for the virtual program. It's very common in Northwest Arkansas as it is becoming extremely common within the nation. Our next year will be a planning year, is our desire, and then we will start to work through the process of just building that program. All the new waivers that you see within our request really lend themselves to the virtual environment. For example, food services, the moment of silence, and then the school nurse. Those are the new ones. Our kids will still have opportunity for food services and school nurse, even if they're virtual students, as long as they come to our campus. We just felt those waivers were necessary for those students that stay at home, all the time as we have a full online program developed. Rob, did you want to add anything?
Well said. Very good.
So at this point, we just, if you have any questions, we would like to field those at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. And I do want to compliment you on a very well-organized presentation, and I really appreciate how you walked us through your goals of, what you, from the past goals in the future. So that's very helpful, I think, for us in thinking about our questions. Before we do start with individual member questions, though, I was going to check with legal, and it may be helpful if we go ahead and look at any of the legal reviews if there's any remaining issues. So, Ms. Hyatt, I think we had that as one of our documents.
Yes, ma'am. Mary Claire Hyatt with the division. So there are a couple of things I think we have worked out as of this morning, but I would like them to just note for the record that we've done that. So I'm going to go through some of those. On flexible scheduling, my question was, did they intend to rescind the request for the entire waiver of 616-102 or just the recess provision? Their response was yes. So can you just verify, is it the entire law or just that one section?
Yes, it's our understanding that based on the law changes, that we don't need that waiver anymore. So we are asking to rescind that request completely.
Okay. And Ms. Hyatt, so for their virtual option, that would not be necessary then? So
in the virtual context, if they're going to operate at any grade between K-5, they might need the recess provision. So I'm not sure the grades for your virtual program, what the intention is, or if they're planning on, as they roll out the virtual program, coming back with an amendment request as they see the need for additional waivers.
I think at this time we're starting. We would be looking at starting at the upper grades and then rolling down, and I don't know if that's going to happen within the
Okay.
5 years. So if we need to, we would come back to you.
Okay. And we certainly appreciate that.
So similar, on the second one for the superintendent, I believe they intended to rescind the request for the entire waiver, and I just need them to verify that for the record.
So we are rescinding that waiver. We will always keep a superintendent that follows.
It's on the record.
They're trying to pull a fast one on you there.
Yeah.
Okay, so, there are just two additional ones. On teacher licensure, we just need to clear up exactly what they're asking for. So my understanding is that they're asking for a waiver of Section 7 of the ADE rules governing educator licensure, which would be if you had a licensed teacher teaching outside of your licensure area. And 617-409, not 401, excuse me. And I just want to make sure I have it right because we've had a lot of back and forth, so if I've misunderstood something.
So the need for the teacher licensure waiver. We have, in our CAS program in the past, hired an industry professional that was not yet licensed. Now, he went through the process to get his licensure, but we did hire someone that was an industry professional to teach that course. And we could, in the foreseeable future, also hire non-licensed professionals to teach industry certification type courses. That could be true of medical professions, that could be true of any of our CTE programs. So we actually do need the waiver for the licensure for that reason. There are occasions where we have licensed teachers teaching outside of their area. In the past, we've done the ALP process for that, but we've also used the waiver. For example, our yearbook class, that certification really doesn't require that anybody have any of the desktop publishing or media specialization. So we use a business teacher to teach our yearbook class because now yearbook is all digital. And so the skill set is actually shifted even though the licensure is not. So that's a situation where we have a licensed teacher teaching outside of her licensure area. We need both.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I stated the waivers you're asking for correctly. So can you just verify that for me?
Yes, you stated them correctly.
Perfect, thank you. And then the very last thing is just, they have requested a waiver of food services. We've granted that waiver before and their rationale makes complete sense. The only thing I just need them to verify for the record is that they're aware they still have to meet all federal requirements about food service and that this panel can't waive any federal requirement.
Thank you, Mary Claire. We are aware that we have to meet all federal guidelines.
That's all.
Okay, we will open it up for questions. Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, thank you. So I really enjoyed the presentation, and the Career and Technical Education Program of Study was really strong. I guess one question I had in hearing you talk about that, and I know you all started because of the need of the industry in the area. So let me ask, is the industry satisfied? Is there anything else that they are asking you to do in the future beyond this program of study?
I would say with the original issue with industrial maintenance, I'm not sure that we have given the numbers, provided the numbers that they were hoping for. We have been graduating anywhere from 18 to 25 a year, and I think they were hoping for more than that. But our kids coming out of that 2-year program have been very successful in finding jobs in the industries and in the field that we are providing the skills in. So I think there has been satisfaction with the product. I think they would like us to be able to churn out a few more.
Are the children that graduate, is the retention with the industry good, or do they move on after?
That's hard to track. We have connections with our Simmons Foods is headquartered there. We have good connections there, and the ones who have gone to work there have stayed. 1 year out of 24, I think we placed 11 with Tyson, and I know 6 months in, 10 of the 11 were still with them. And the feedback I had gotten was that was a much better retention rate at that point in their careers than they were getting from their headhunters that they were paying big dollars to.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Kramer?
As far as future programs. What we do with our programming is we work with the Northwest Arkansas Council, and they put out a job forecast every year that has all of the Northwest Arkansas region and the forecast for those jobs. That's actually where we found the idea of doing registered medical assistant as opposed to CNA. And so as we move forward with any programming changes, that's kind of our first stop to try to find, what's going to be the most needed coming up. And in the future, teaching is actually almost to the level of number one. Interestingly enough, plumbing is going to be a huge need coming up in the next few years. And so the plumbing is actually covered with our industrial maintenance technician. That program is kind of an umbrella program that gives them the opportunity to go into a various, areas. They can do plumbing, they can do HVAC, they can do electrical work. And then right now we're working more on the electronic side as far as the electrical technician type things. But as we move forward with programming, that's where we find our information, and we really try to work with them closely. And that's the same is true for translating with our bilingual customer service. The actual small business operations, that came just from Siloam Springs, not from the Northwest Arkansas region, as far as the need for those promotional videos and things like that. So that was just working with our community. So as we move forward, that's where we'll look for those changes. Right now, we've really spent this past year and this year working on implementing all of the newer things for computer science and all of that. So that's kind of where we've concentrated our effort. We're also increasing our AP offerings. We've increased, we added 3 new AP courses this past year. And so we've had some other things that are not CTE related that we've really been working on. And that we'll swing back around to that. And when we do, we'll go to that Northwest Arkansas Council for our advice on what we do next.
Dr. Kramers.
Just a couple questions on programs of study, and I love the layout of all the options that students have. I love that you've got case ag added as the goal, because it is that enriched curriculum with the science, which should help some of the achievement, because I can see from all your data you've got growth happening, but not as much on the achievement side.
Right.
So to move that needle, it'll be those literacy, getting into the science, math. So, since it is CTE related, even the family and consumer sciences, if you would consider like chemistry of foods, where it's a little bit higher science, and then they can get credit towards that science credit with
Right.
chemistry of foods. So continuing to kind of integrate those that are a little bit higher level, so that maybe the achievement numbers may change. But with programs of study, are you using the CTE state programs of study, those course sequences, especially considering Perkins 5 and the changes in the program
Yes.
of study for that?
Yes, and our CTE coordinator, Ross White, couldn't be here today,
Okay.
but he is very up to date in all of that. And so yes, we are looking at those course sequences. We're really just, at this point, we're kind of in a holding pattern until all the new stuff comes out, which classes are for sure going away and what's coming out. And so we still have some questions on, where we're going even just next year for that, but he's definitely up to date on that, and we're working toward that. And that's great advice from you. I appreciate that on like the food chemistry and those kinds of things. I'll take that back to him.
That's great. And working with the CTE coordinator, I'm glad you guys have that good relationship, because they'll make sure your programs of study are still the current, and that helps you have the opportunity
Right.
for the federal funding, especially to take the certification exams. And there are a lot of new certifications available, so I would also work with him on all of the new programs of study have additional certifications that are very specific to each course.
Right.
So they can begin to stack them. And of course, the goal with Perkins 5 is that every student earns an industry credential.
Exactly.
And then my one question I had about the graduation rate, your goal for the next 5 years, you have it at 90%, and I see in your data that you already have exceeded that. And so is it a maintenance because there's a variance for some reason that you're saying 90 when you've had like 93 and 94?
No, and I actually think that, Jody, were you in on the team that wrote that particular part of it?
The original? Yes.
So originally, we had wavered between 89 and 90%. And so I would just have to answer that, yes, that is a maintenance. The one thing that, as they changed over the last few years, the way that they calculated the graduation requirements, it gave us a little bit of instability in our numbers. And so we did keep it a little bit low. Obviously, we want all of our kids to graduate. I mean, we work really, really hard, especially in partnership with our alternative learning environment, to get our kids through. And so while we would hope to be at least at 95%, we did want to leave a little bit of variance in there just for those changes that did come along that dropped our numbers.
Okay.
Our 5-year rate is actually much higher than our
I saw
4-year rate,
that.
but that's our 4-year goal of 90%. Our 5-year rate is a little bit closer to 95%.
That's great, because we see, especially in Arkansas, in other states, that CTE students graduate at a higher rate than the average population, just because of the hands-on and the engagement piece of it. The only other question I had was on the industry professionals and the licensure waiver. Many of the options are already there for permitting.
Right.
So would you need a waiver when you have already the permit option?
I don't think we would. I mean, but I can imagine if, in our current climate in the state of Arkansas, but in Northwest Arkansas in particular, I could see a specialized need developing in a way that we could develop maybe one class that would require an industry professional to teach that. Now, we could do the permit, and that's what we've done with our nurse that teaches medical professions. That's what we've done with the teacher that I talked about that we hired that was not licensed. But he was a late hire, filling a late, a late departure. And so for a while there, we had a teacher that wasn't licensed. And so it just kind of covers us and gives us a little bit of flexibility. We are very by the book in Siloam Springs. We are very transparent. We want to do things the right way, 100%. And so I don't ever see a place where we would have a full-time teacher that didn't qualify for the technical permit or a full licensure. But I could see the potential for a very specialized, even one class where an industry professional comes in and teaches a single class and then goes back to their industry job. That is an area where we could visualize that happening.
In our office, you may not be aware, but we can still work with you in that instance. And so, that just may be, maybe consider that waiver again. Either way, but we can work with you on even that instance.
Okay.
And I would, so are you asking them to reconsider the waiver they've asked for? Is that something, or, because I do think that there are cases where the flexibility, even out of a CTE course, depending on, like they talked about with, you were talking about a business teacher, teaching in some of those, but, not to have any flexibility with the types of programs that they do, that might be difficult in the constant running back and forth and checking for things. So, I think that may be a conversation they want to have before they just automatically say, no, they don't need it.
I mean, to be completely honest, you never know what we're going to come up with.
Okay.
That's just how we are. I mean, if there's a need in our community that we could meet with a singleton class that was taught by a specialized person, that's something we would do. And so, at this time, it would be my preference for us to hold and to keep that request as it is. Definitely, we never use anything as a crutch in Siloam Springs. And so we like I said, we want to do it the right way, and we want highly qualified people, and we will only hire highly qualified people. But there are instances, in the foreseeable future, there are instances where I feel like it is possible that we would need that type of waiver.
Okay.
And we do have the capability within the licensure system and standards for accreditation to look at the number of teachers in a district who are teaching a course for which they are not licensed. And I would say that it would be incumbent upon us to do reviews regularly. And, both agencies are able to look at that and dig into that data. And if we notice a marked increase from one year to the next, I think then it would be time to go back and look at that rather than limiting on the front end.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, do you have any questions?
Only one, briefly. In the registered medical assistance program, you mentioned that it appears to be a cooperative program with something called American Allied Health. What is that, and how do your program fit with those folks?
So American Allied Health is one of the 3 major testing companies in the United States for medical professions. And so American Allied Health does the testing for us. We're a testing site for that company. And so they actually certify all of our medical students in the areas that they get certified in. Primarily, it is registered medical assistant and phlebotomy, and we have just a couple of others that have gone and kind of reached down and done some other certifications. But that's the primary use of that company. They're a testing company.
Yeah, they don't help with the teaching program.
No, sir. They do provide some of the materials as far as review materials for the test, but we've developed the entire curriculum. Now, the partnership is between us, our local hospital, and about 9 clinics in Siloam Springs. And then the Gravette Hospital, I think we've had one student go there. So we've really just developed that partnership with those. That's where the innovative partnerships have been developed. Not a lot of places have students for medical programs in their facilities with hands-on. Some have them and they shadow, but our kids don't just shadow. They're taking blood pressure and temperatures and getting patients prepped for their next medical professional. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from the panel? Okay. If there aren't any questions or discussion, we can entertain, or are there any other issues, legal, anything that's come up? Okay. So I think at this time we can entertain a motion for the Siloam Springs District Conversion Charter School.
I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, congratulations. Your application has been approved.
Thank you. And Dr. Pfeffer and the rest of the staff, I just really want to tell you how much we appreciate your time and your effort and your energy on this. It really means a lot to us, and it's been a really great experience. Thank you so much.
Okay, and if you'll wait just a minute, we are going to fill out our online voting sheets, and each panel member can give some specific feedback. So if you want to wait for just a second, we always like to do that publicly.
Okay, I'll just say excellent presentation and very good track record. Should be confirmed or should be continued, yes.
Okay, Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I want to just commend you all. Your charter program is obviously a high-quality program. I'm proud to vote to approve.
Dr. Kramers?
I voted to approve the renewal application. The students are showing growth, and the plan is well thought out. A school-wide literacy plan is in place to assist with academic achievement. Congratulations.
Okay. I also voted in favor of the motion. You've provided very clear evidence of progress and opportunities for students that it's aligned to needs of your community. Mr. Wilson?
I vote for the
Bless you.
motion. I think that you all have produced an excellent track record over the first several years and should be continued and confirmed.
All right. Thank you. Have a safe trip, and congratulations. Okay, we're going to go ahead and continue on with our second agenda item. And Ms. McLaughlin, will you go ahead and present that for us?
Fountain Lake Charter High School is a district conversion charter that was initially authorized on November 20th, 2014. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 9-12 with a maximum enrollment of 800. We do have representatives from Fountain Lake School District today appearing before the charter panel to request renewal of the current charter through June 30th, 2025. So they are requesting for 5 years. We have Todd Baxley, high school principal, Dr. Michael Murphy, superintendent, Steve Campbell, curriculum director, and Danton Robertson, the assistant high school principal that you will want to swear in.
Okay. So will all representatives of the charter and anyone speaking in opposition please stand to receive the oath? Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. And you can go ahead and come on up to the podium or the front here. You'll have 20 minutes for your presentation. If you are taking part in the presentation, if you'll just state your name and title for the record, you're recognized.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Todd Baxley. I'm the high school principal at Fountain Lake Charter High School. I would like to take this time to thank each of you members for allowing me to stand before you and discuss our charter. I consider it a privilege and an honor.
It was sent in as a PDF to me, so it's you're going to click a few times like it's done as a PowerPoint.
We have access to it. If you have something you can look at, we can look on our screens here.
If you just give me a second, I'll pull
Sure.
it up.
Yep. Can everyone get to the presentation? Okay. And if we need to, I can print you a copy. It just take a few minutes. Okay.
That might be helpful.
She's going to bring you the computer right here.
So I don't guess I need to use this.
I don't guess so. Okay.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
You're okay. Yeah.
Our mission statement is supporting every student every day for success. Our goal is every student graduates, every student prepared. This is something that we believe in as a staff, our administration believes in it, and our students solely believe in it. A little bit about our school, Fountain Lake Charter High School. We are located in Garland County, nestled in the Ouachita Mountains. We're approximately 7 miles northeast of Hot Springs, and we're about 20 miles south of one of the world's largest gated communities, Hot Springs Village. Our district serves an area of 186 square miles to include parts of Garland and Saline counties. We have approximately 454 students in grades 9 through 12. The economics of the area revolve around tourism, retirement communities, the timber industry, healthcare, and retail. Because of the national forest and lakes around us and retail, the Corps of Engineers, Park Services, and timber companies, they both play a vital role in our economy. Fountain Lake Charter High School serves a student population which is about 48% free and reduced. Our ethnicity, we are 84% white, Caucasian, 7.6% Hispanic Latino, and 6.1% 2 or more races. So what makes Fountain Lake Charter High School unique? Our personalized success plan. This starts in the 5th grade in our digital Cobra Academy, and that's carried through the 9th grade. And then their 4-year high school plan plus an additional 2 years post-graduation that we keep up with, where our students are going, what they're doing, and their success. We transition this into a Cooter Navigator, which is a comprehensive career readiness program to help students establish a career path. Our credentials, National PARCC is one of them that we utilize, and this is industry certifications and certificate of completions from the 2-year Tech Center. There are several things that they can do at the Tech Center, but the 4 most used is our MedPro, criminal justice, furniture manufacturing, and automotive. And once they get the completers in that, at graduation, we give them completer cords so that they can wear and show off their certificates. We also have a welding certificate. We are the only one in Garland County that offers this. This is the first year that we have utilized this program in our agri department. We've got several students who are already in that program. We've got several students waiting to get in the program because we funded the welding equipment ourselves. And so we've got 15 kids in that program, and there's more waiting. Once completed, they get an OSHA certificate in TIG and stick welding, which is huge to our partnerships with Express Boats. Express Boats, we've already got a partnership with them. We send kids out there on our internship, and they're waiting for these kids to get their completers in welding. So what makes Fountain Lake also unique are work-based learning. Internship, our first goal was to increase by 3% yearly. In 2018-2019 to the 2019-20 school year, our internship program has grown by 53%, which is huge. We've got a lot more kids waiting to get in that internship and go to work. Since the initial charter, our internship program has grown by 350%. Here, students learn employability skills such as soft transferable skills. They do resume and letter building, job interview skills, community service, and college prep. They fill out FAFSAs, application for acceptance, scholarship applications, and interviews. Places of internship, there's a huge list there that we send our kids out to. Every one of these places of internship are partnerships that have really bought into our charter that allows our kids to go off campus during school hours and work their internships. Programs of study, we're required to offer 3, however, we require a lot more than that. Audio and video, tech and film is a huge success at Fountain Lake. Our FACS program, IPT, which is Integrated Production Technologies, Case Plant Sciences, Agriculture Metals, and Small Business Operations. Employability skills, we have this through our foundations class. All 9th grade students are required to take this class. And here they go over interview skills, they go over professional dress, they go over teamwork, time management, and verbal and nonverbal communication. Character building, we meet for advisory, we meet on Wednesdays. Here we identify goals, their personal and professional goals. Students engaged in teacher generation lessons, targeting student needs. Next year, we are going to start an advisory every day. We feel like we need more RTI. We do RTI in the classroom, but our advisory time next year will be RTI. We're going to do response to intervention in our advisory time. We have PLCs weekly. Within our PLCs, we meet weekly, and here we identify and target the students who are in need of support, and then we will place those students in the appropriate advisory classes who can give that intervention. Student of the Month, this goes by academic performance. Student is working to their fullest potential, not necessarily making good grades, but just to their fullest potential and trying. and that's one of the requirements for Student of the Month. Also, responsibility and work ethic, citizenship and character, and leadership. We have a senior shout-out wall for college. Student pictures are displayed on the wall with their acceptance to a college of their choice. We also have a 30-plus ACT club. Student pictures are displayed on the wall who makes a 30-plus on their ACT. Changes in leadership and department since our initial charter. We've had 2 superintendents, 4 principals, and 3 assistant principals. And that's the changes in leadership. However, 2 of our assistant principals have moved on to their own buildings. They've accepted employment leading their own building. Other principals have moved on to other employment who just got more to bring to the table. In our departments, we've got a new math department this year alone. That's 4 teachers. They have also moved on to other schools. Half our science department and half our English department. On our ACT Aspire data in grade 9, you can see the red column is the 16-17 school year. The orange column is 17-18 school year. The pink one, or purple one, is 18-19, and the green is the state, 18 and 19 state average. You can see here that in grade 9, we've increased our score throughout, and we are above the state average, and that's one of our goals is to do that. ACT Aspire data on grade 10, we are weak in this area. We know we are. We are coming up with a plan to increase this and help our kids, and I think through the response to intervention that we're going to be implementing in our advisory classes next year will help this. We've also offered tutoring in the morning. Teachers are there at 7 o'clock, and they are helping students who need that help all the way through 8 o'clock hour. Here's our ACT composite score on a 5-year trend. 2015, 18.4, 2016, a 19, 17 was 18.7, 18 was 18.8, and this year is a 19.7. So you can see that trend there in our ACT composite score. For the last 3 years, we have grown and we've increased our score while the state remained average, consistent. So why do we want to continue to make our school better under the charter? We need the flexibility to expose our kids to careers at an early age. We need the flexibility, permission to teach our kids better life skills and educational skills. I think one of the most important things is we want to have that ability to hire professionals in their field and bring them into our school and give our kids the best education that they deserve. And one of that is we have a guy named Mr. DeLindy who leads our tech and video class. He is a non-licensed teacher, but he is doing a phenomenal job, and that department is growing substantially. Another main reason is we want to stay committed to our charter. By staying committed to our charter, it teaches our kids that if we're committed, they need to be committed to their education. And they have bought into that. So waivers needed for flexibility. The Fountain Lake School District has requested waivers to embed keyboarding, career orientation, health and safety, and fine arts. The Fountain Lake School District has requested a waiver for teacher certification as it relates to the courses we desire to embed. Serving identified GT students within the structure of the charter, we do this through AP and pre-AP classes, and then class size and teaching load. In our special education, we have transition class. This is developed within the student's IEP, resume writing, customer service, budgeting, and working with money, and I'll get into that here in a little bit with our coffee business. Soft skills, learning about different jobs, time management, setting goals, and working with others. We also do co-teaching, which is English and mathematics. Our resource time teaches mathematics and English. Coffee business. Our SPED department is over this. Our SPED kids are loving it. They send out a Google form to our teachers to decide what coffee they want. They enter what coffee they want with the amount of sugar, amount of cream, and and that goes back to our SPED department. And from there, they order, or they fill the orders. They do time management because the teachers put on there what time they want their coffee. So they have to fulfill that order and get it to the teacher at approximate time. Organizational skills. Students working off campus in our SPED department is Subway, Hot Springs Information Center, Rings and Things, and Resale Clothes Store. They're also open to all the other partnerships that we have available, like Express Boats. We've got kids in our welding department that is getting their completions of welding. We also bring in guest speakers sometimes twice a month. So some exciting things going on in our programs. Here's our SPED department, our coffee business. You can see here in picture one that they've got an assembly line. They get the order, they fill those orders, and then they deliver to the classroom. In the picture to the left, they've got all their t-shirts, their coffee business t-shirts, and they go out and deliver that coffee. Our SPED department mail service, this young man's name is Tyler. He takes a mail basket, he goes down to admin office, he collects all the mail along with his helpers, and then they distribute that mail throughout the school system. In our welding department, this picture here is a young lady in our welding department. She is welding and working on her certificate, and hopefully she can go on maybe to Express Boats and be a welder out there. She's loving it, and she will finish it. In our metal working, we've got a couple guys here that are cutting metal and then grinding it in preparation to be welded. International Production Technologies. This is a partnership through Siemens Corporation. Siemens has bought into our charter. They provide the training, they pay for the training, they pay for the equipment so that we can fulfill this. This is our automated bottle filling system. Our kids have to sketch this out on paper, and then they enter all this into a mathematical equation. They build the product you see here, and then they enter all kinds of mathematical equations into this CAD system. This is an automated bottle filling system. There's a lever that picks up a bottle, puts it on the conveyor belt. Conveyor belt moves to an eye where the eye catches this bottle, it stops the bottle, and automatically fills the bottle with water. Pretty neat little thing going on, and our kids love it, and our teacher's a fantastic teacher. This is a vending machine. They build this from scratch. They go in and push a button, depending on what item you want in the vending machine, and it drops it down into the little tray there for you to get. This IPT program is fantastic for engineering. It trains our guys and girls up to a point to where they can carry it on to the next level. This is a sorting system here. These are just some of the examples that our kids do in IPT in the engineering program. And also this IPT program is the only one in the state of Arkansas, and we're proud to have that. On the next one is a door latch. They have to design this on paper, then they enter it into the computer, all the specs and stuff like that, and then when they're finished with it, this is the final printout. They put it into a 3D model, and then the 3D model prints exactly what they designed. Our FACTS, food and nutrition, this is a couple young ladies here who are preparing food. This was for our Veterans Day program. On the next slide, this is parent guidance. Our kids participate in babies. These babies are automated where they cry, they pee, and all kinds of stuff. They let them know when they need to take care of them. It gives them good parenting skills, but also gives them the ability to think before they act. Film and broadcast. This picture here is our film and broadcast that Mr. DeLindy does. He's interviewing, these kids are interviewing undersheriff for Garland County. And then they go to this green screen, and from this green screen, it's just like Channel 16 or Channel 4 news station. It's a pretty neat deal. On the next slide, we've got a Cobra update, and if you will play that, just a minute or two of it, just to give you an idea of what the finished product is.
My name's Lisa Watts, and I'm the high school receptionist here at Fountain Lake High School. I just started this past year. It's my first year here at Fountain Lake. I previously was a substitute teacher for the district for over 2 years. I have an associate's degree in early education, and my background basically is I've been a para for a few years in special education. I have been a kindergarten enrichment teacher and a preschool teacher. I have 2 grown children, and I have 5 grandchildren. I'm married. I've been married for 3 years, and my hobbies are engraving picture frames, engraving glasses, and my job is to basically make sure students get in here safely, and I answer phone calls from parents. I deal with tardies, absentee paperwork that comes in, anything that needs to be copied for teachers. I enjoy what I do up here. It's very multitasking, but I do enjoy it up here. And anytime parents need to come in and talk to the assistant principal, or if students need to come in and talk to anybody here in the office.
Last month, on November 15th, Fountain Lake senior Emery Martin signed her letter of intent with the support of her family, friends, and classmates.
Here she's
to
talking
play
and the green
volleyball
screen
at
is
Central
actually behind
Baptist
her,
College
and
in
they
Conway. This week's
digitalize
1 Minute
this.
Wonder is brought to you by Record Studios, featuring Shondor Hampo's music.
I think you get the idea of what our family broadcast is. That's plenty. Thank you very much. Sometimes they can be comical, and they make it fun. But that's all I've got, and we're open to questions.
Okay, Ms. Hyde, is there anyone else that signed up to speak? Okay, so you do have an additional 5 minutes if anyone else wants to share anything before we start questions.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Michael Murphy. I have the privilege of speaking to you on behalf of the Fountain Lake School District here today. A couple of things that I would echo as taking on the position and role, now serving in my 4th year, inheriting the initial charter and seeing the facilitation of the resources being allocated. The outcomes of that was specifically helping in the element of training and equipment. Our goal has been to sustain this model of learning, and would want to echo and identify that in Garland County we have 7 school districts, and within the confines of that, what I've observed and what we've been able to do is very inherently, intentionally, as a culture, build a culture of true partnerships. Our partnerships with the local Chamber of Commerce and the integration of superintendents attending CTE centers around the state, thinking about how we continue to model and provide our students an opportunity for the National Park Promise, which is a scholarship-driven program to where when we place them in a field of study in a consortium model, that they can receive post-secondary education free of charge. And so that's something that we're very proud of in our consortium model, and we send roughly 70 of our juniors and seniors and have one of the higher percentage of participation rates in the county because of our commitment to industry and trade skill development. We also provide opportunities for students on campus where we partner with industry and industry comes to us. And with that, we open up our doors and allow our students to tour and see a wide range of career pathways, have interactions in that regard, and we've been able to do that for the last 3 years with very positive outcomes that have strengthened our overall percentage of increase in internships. Internships with industry are developed through relationships. Relationships are developed through opportunities of dialogue, trying to address each other's immediate needs. And so the outcome of the culture in that regard has really facilitated very strong partnerships, and the charter flexibility and waivers are giving us the latitude to place students in the workplace within the school day. And that we are very thankful for, and I think our parents and our community are seeing evidence of that with our job placement. What's unforeseen? I would tell you the unforeseen elements of the implementation of this degree of innovation has truly been us rebuilding a team. One of our principals was hired by the State Department to help guide innovative practices, and so we've had to seek to replace employees because our employees become very marketable because of the skill sets that they have to offer to school districts throughout our region. And us being a very small rural school, that strong partnership with business and industry allows for them to have relationships throughout the county. And so those are some things that are kind of unforeseen. As an end result, I think the work that we're doing is supporting educational programming not only in our school district, but throughout our county, and hopefully strengthening that philosophy throughout the state. And I'll refrain and see what questions that you might have for our team.
All right, we will go ahead and get started with questions, and we'll start with Mr. Wilson.
I have no questions. Good
Okay.
presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you. Everything sounds cool, great, and I like what you're doing with the intern and everything, but when I'm looking at the ESSA score indexes, and I'm looking at your reading and your science and your math achievements, those are really low. Your reading's at 36%, your science achievements at 39%, but your on-time credits are at 90%. So if you could, I mean, I like all the different programs you're doing, the science and they're all the interns, but what are you doing to help get those core classes up to what your students that might not be in, all the other interns that you're doing to help graduate on that as well?
Do you want to address anything at the building level that you're attempting to do? Okay. I will address that question in the context that reading is something that is holistic in nature, and so as a school district, we've integrated a training model, not only coinciding the science of reading, but going above and beyond with our partnership with Columbia College to train staff members in the delivery of the fidelity of reading, and hopefully that's going to have positive outcomes for our senior high level. Some of this area of instability has been centered around instructors in these core area, and that's not to make an excuse, but a part of our shortfalls is in core area instruction. We're having to replace teachers with a higher degree of frequency. So we're going back to training and guaranteed viable curriculum. We've integrated a consistent curriculum with the English program, and that's just been implemented now in its first year because we saw that same evidence and we felt like we needed to provide a more consistent framework. So we studied other schools of similar size with success and used our staff to make selections around English, and I believe your next approach is looking at mathematics. As the core areas to see if supporting a more guaranteed and viable curriculum could support a shift in the overall outcomes academically.
Dr. Kramers.
I've visited the school in the past, and there's a lot of good things happening. And I think there's a lot of areas of success in the programming and the innovation. I saw that, and I met the teacher that you were speaking of earlier. Very creative and innovative, and I can understand why you want to embed some of those skills because they're already implementing it at a very early age within the school. And I would just, kind of reiterate what Greg mentioned, just the academic pieces and the focus on that, because the other successes in their graduating, but just making sure they're set for all options in their career, and being able to take multiple steps in and out of that system of where they may go next in their pathway for the future. So I'm glad to hear you're talking about, teacher trainings and coming in from the outside and then implementing as well science of reading. And I know the RISE and other things the school's doing that you're working towards that. You don't really have any agriculture, is that correct? Options?
We're bringing in, we've got animal science now that
Okay.
the same IPT teacher is teaching this year.
Okay.
But next year we're bringing in case animal science.
Great.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
that will help. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Baldwin.
Okay, thank you. So you all raised as one of your challenges the turnover issue with professional staff, which is always a challenge. And I guess my question would be, can you unpack that a little bit for us and explain some of the details of that, and then comment on how you're, and I know you've already somewhat addressed that, but comment on how you're addressing that in the future so you get more continuity of professional teachers.
What in the future?
How you're addressing the turnover issue.
Sure.
I would indicate to you that, there's two elements that establish turnover. It's the ability to be marketable, to move forward, but how do we sustain that culture to maybe draw people to stick with us long term? A couple of strategies that we've deployed in our selection process is really trying to seek out individuals that are vested in our community, that maybe were former graduates of our community, so that sometimes as you bring individuals in, that they're a stop for you, and you train them up and let them go, and it's a 3 to 5, 7 year model. And so part of our strategies in the recruitment phase is really looking at individuals vested in our community that would like to remain with us long term. Salary schedule wise, we're in the median average of the middle of the 7 school districts in Garland County, and within that proximity, everything's a very close commute. So we still have challenges as we've articulated to our community to support a very competitive salary schedule, because when you're seeking this degree of innovation, it does create that marketability, and we've had employees leave us and earn $15,000 more in rate of pay, and we have encouraged them to take advantage of those opportunities. They've earned them. So, I think recruiting locally also gives a reflection of our students. It helps us to meet the needs of shortfalls in the educational field. As a state, there is no secret we have a shortage of quality educators, and how do we fulfill that on a statewide basis? And so I think growing your own locally and really strengthening our programs for our cadet teaching programs. We've expanded that as an element. We didn't go there today, but that's another area that we've created a direct focus in, and engaging our students as a component of that model, I think, provides a long-term solution.
Okay, so my question goes to one of the waivers you requested, and I'd intended for us to look at the legal review before we started, and I forgot. So I'll go ahead and kind of integrate my question with that. But it has to do with around the waiver of standards for curriculum. So if Ms. Hyatt can talk to us a little bit about that, because I know it was something in the legal review as well.
Sure. Mary Claire Hyatt with the division. Sorry, I'm a lot shorter than everybody else. So that is the only remaining legal issue on the legal review. So a new waiver they've requested, so they haven't had it before, is of 1A2 of the standards, which is that a high school unit of credit shall be awarded for a course that either meets a minimum of 120 clock hours or is a competency-based credit awarded in accordance with the law. So in 2017, the legislature passed Act 872, which allowed schools more flexibility in awarding high school credit. Previously, you could only award high school credit if the course met 120 clock hours. Now, the legislature and the department have set up a process by which you can give competency-based credit. So they submit a plan to the department to award units of credit based on a demonstration of subject matter competency instead of or in combination with the 120 clock hours. The law requires that in order to award that subject matter competency, they have to have an approved plan. Some schools have instead sought to seek a waiver. It's not prohibited to award a waiver of this provision, and some schools do have it. It's my understanding that most of the schools have it because during the standards of accreditation kind of transfer from the old standards to the new, which I'm sure you guys remember, our process internally for approving these competency-based plans was not set up. It's my understanding that it is now set up. So my concern is if they are not going to get a plan approved for awarding the competency-based credit, and they're not meeting the 120 clock hour provision, what exactly are they doing in order to award high school credit? And since we can't waive graduation requirements, we need to be very careful that whatever high school units of credit they're awarding actually meet those graduation requirements.
Please state your name and position for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Stephen Campbell. I'm the Director of Instructional Services and Federal Programs. And we will be happy to submit a plan rather than request the waiver for that particular standard.
Okay, so you're going to rescind this waiver request?
Yes, ma'am. That would
Okay.
be fine.
All right, I think that helps. So then the only other question that I had, still along the curriculum lines, and I know it's not exactly as part of the charter that you've described, you know, because you're looking at more of the career focus within the work of your charter, but given that the reading scores do prompt an issue, then you were talking about the intervention. I think you were talking about your intervention program. And is that intervention program based on the science of reading and aligned to what you're doing in your elementary grades? Because, as you said, the reading is a systemic issue. So if 9th and 10th graders are struggling with reading, it's not that something's happening in 9th and 10th grade. It's, you know, something that happened earlier. So
Yes,
can you
ma'am.
talk to us
And
about all of that?
We're in the process of getting all of our folks on the proficiency side and then on the awareness side. And so as we go through that piece of it, we're just at the point of introducing science of reading at the secondary level. So what we've done is adopted a program, Study Sync. The Study Sync program is what we're using for our English classes at this time to focus on the specific needs of the children. Additionally, we do the NWEA testing, and so we have those RIT scores that we're able to group kids together in their bands and address their needs in that perspective.
Okay, but your high school program does address science of reading, or is it more based on a whole language approach? Because I'm not familiar with the program that you're talking about.
Yeah, and I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
It's a whole-based program.
It's the whole language-based
Yeah.
program? Okay.
Yeah,
So in thinking about elementary and the science of reading,
Sure.
if you're not consistent all the way through, and I think those are things that you really do need to consider.
Thank you. We will.
In terms of making sure that the interventions are going to really have benefit. So I guess that's not exactly aligned to the charter, but it does address, you know, some of the concerns that other panel members are looking at.
The Study Sync program that we purchased has an RTI component to it that we're going to implement as well. I think some of the main reasons our scores hadn't been to where they need, we haven't. I feel like the high school hasn't given the teachers the support that they need and the curriculum that they need to ensure student success. And we're on the track for that now. We've done that. We $60,000, I believe, that we spent on this Study Sync program for English department, and that has a reading component and an English component on it. Next year, we're going to do mathematics and then the science. So we're going to give our teachers the support they need, and I promise you, by the time we come back next time for our charter renewal, if we're granted it, it will be much better.
The only other question then that I had was, you know, you talked a whole lot about what you've done, but I didn't really hear what's next. So, you know, based on what you've learned and what you've done, I'm not sure that, you know, I think in some ways what you've done you could continue to do without a charter. So really to continue the charter for another 5 years, it's helpful to hear. So what's next to
Well,
kind of
one of
really
the-
justify the
Yes,
need
ma'am.
to continue as a charter?
Well, if we lost the charter, we would lose Mr. DeLindy as first. He's a non-licensed teacher, and we would lose our video and that segment of our CTE program. If we lost the charter, Siemens may back out. Our partnerships, they're sold into this internship program that we provide them. In our IPT program, they fund that. One of the things that we moved away from was our flex schedule. The flex schedule, I think it didn't provide our students enough time to learn the curriculum, learn what they need to do to be successful. So we've moved to just a traditional 8-period day, and that allows us to double block some of the stuff for our students, such as welding and IPT and other things. It gives them additional time in the classroom. It also gives our teachers more time to prepare for their lessons. So that's some of the things that we've learned in the past that we're moving away from, and some of the things that we're shooting for in the future.
And I would, a couple other things to kind of echo that. In the leadership transitions, we were kind of married to the flex scheduling model, which targeted a great deal of flexibility among the students, with really the opportunity to balance time management within a week in components of time that varied. We did that for a period of 2 years, and some of the outcomes of that, I think a negative outcome of that was for freshmen and sophomores coming into the educational system at the secondary level. They really struggled with those incremental time components, and so the outcome we gained possibly enhanced our college readiness and ACT, but where we felt like it was failing us was with our bridge program of our freshmen coming into the school setting. And so we are trying to figure out how to blend and meet both ends in a more traditional schedule with some double blocks, and really keep that freshman opportunity of what their school day looks like, minimize the confusion, minimize the chaos, and get to core instruction. And I do believe that in the experimentation, there's always a certain degree of risk that you take in the implementation of a scheduling process. And when we listen to staff and students and community, they had some concerns around that degree of flexibility. And so we have modified, and so now we're in our first year of going back to a traditional scheduling model. And with that integration, we're seeking outcomes. I would tell you, as another component, we're building a truer culture of literacy K-12. We had our first literacy carnival where we really had an outstanding response K-8. We're going to grow that into K-12, and really it's not just about the element of science and reading, it's the importance of building a culture of reading, and we've integrated a partnership with the village to bring in additional volunteers in that regard, answering the call in North Garland County. So our programs are not only internal, but you're going to see a continuation of the extension externally into our community, because it's the adage of utilizing all resources available at our disposal to strengthen the overall, but it starts with a guaranteed and viable curriculum.
Okay, are there other questions by panel members? No other questions, okay. Any discussion, or if not, we're ready for a motion?
I move the approval of the request.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and second to approve the request. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, congratulations. If you'll wait just a minute, we will add specific feedback and present that to you. right, I think we're finishing up here. Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I vote to approve the renewal, and I would encourage you guys, and I know you all are looking at that closely, but the reading/literacy component, I would stay right on top of that as you move forward.
Dr. Kramers?
I voted to approve the motion to renew the district charter. They've stated their commitment to academic improvement. The charter does a good job at offering students innovative, career-focused opportunities.
Mr. Rogers?
I would take the motion to approve the renewal based off the internships and opportunities that your students have, and I'm still concerned about the math and reading and look forward to seeing that achievement go up.
Mr. Wilson?
I voted for the motion. I think their track record speaks for itself. It's good, and with the assurances that Mr. Baldwin asked for, I think you all are on the right track.
Okay. And we do recognize and appreciate the partnerships that you have with the businesses in your community, and that's a particularly strength of your charter. So thank you for being here, and we look forward to seeing how this goes in the future. All right. Okay. Can we do a 5-minute break before we move to the next item on the agenda? Is everybody good? Okay, we'll come back at, let's do 10:50, and we'll take up item 3. Action agenda item, and Ms. McLaughlin, if you will introduce that for us.
Yes, ma'am. Mountain Home High School Career Academies is a district conversion charter that was initially authorized on February 10th, 2003. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 9-12 with a maximum enrollment of 1,600. Representatives from the Mountain Home School District are appearing before the charter authorizing panel to request a renewal of their charter for 5 years. We have Dr. Jake Long, Superintendent, Dr. Dana Brown, the CTE Coordinator and Federal Programs Director, Brent Bogie, High School Principal, and Kyle McLaurin, the Junior High Principal. You'll want to swear those in.
Okay, if you'll go ahead. Okay, let's go ahead and get you sworn in. Anyone who's going to speak, go ahead and stand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. And we will let you get started. Just as you come to the microphone, please state your name and title for the record. You have 20 minutes.
My name is Jake Long. I'm Superintendent at Mountain Home Public Schools. Appreciate the opportunity to come before you guys this morning. Mountain Home High School Career Academies Charter Renewal, as Ms. McLaughlin said, we have been a conversion charter since 2003, and so I really enjoyed the background information that she put together for you guys on the presentation today, because it shows the progression of our charter throughout the years. I mean, really over a decade. Our school mission and vision, our district-wide mission is committed to excellence in education. Our district-wide vision is every student, every time. And so, if at this point, we added some additional materials for you guys. So, if you would pull out this particular sheet, and I'll talk about it at this time. So our core values are communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. This was a process that we went through in a revisioning process that began October of 2018. And so we put together a committee, and we sent out surveys, and we asked our community, what would you like to see every graduate at Mountain Home Public Schools to have? What are their key skills that they want to have? And nearly all the answers and responses that we got surrounded around basically the 4 C's, which is a known skill set in the world of education. But the most one that was mentioned was communication, and so we continued to hear that, and so we began the revisioning process and developing those 4 core focus areas, and then we started a pathway development, in which I'll talk about here in just a second. The career and life readiness definition was also developed under the revisioning process, and this was done by our student ambassadors at Mountain Home High School Career Academies. And the career and life definition, the points of it that I'm most proud of is whenever our students brought in what it means for them to finish high school, and they brought in the terms grit. They brought in, the knowledge, the perseverance. And whenever our students are identifying these type of attributes, I think it speaks highly about what they see and the work that our staff have done in educating them on what it takes to be successful in our current workplace. So some relevant history and commentary regarding Mountain Home Career Academies and our charter. As we mentioned, going back to 2003, our conversion charter status, without it, we would not have been able to support the wall-to-wall career academy structure in which we've maintained over that time. That career academy structure allows us to have a common planning time on a late start Wednesday, and that time is called WIN. It's our intervention time. It's what I need now. One of the academy covers the interventions, while the other one while the other two not only plan their academy days, but they also support those students with their interventions that they need at that time. We also work with integrated project development over a theme for the year, and so that's always a fun project to see our academies do. Our teachers identify learning expectations from what is now ACT Aspire, and then also they're utilizing NWEA as our interim assessments to drive our instructions. During this time within our Late Start Wednesdays, we develop a watch list, and we also have called it over the years, we called it red flagging students, but that's our way of monitoring students that are struggling or that are also in need of remediation. This gives us also an opportunity to bring in a variety of different business partners. We have a lot of business partners that are really the backbone to our career academies. And anytime that we host visits from other schools, in which we recently had a school from Nebraska come in and visit us, we always have our business community that comes out, and it's always a key point to see how invested they are in our career academies and in our charter process. The application, our current application in our charter, it allows us for some flexible scheduling. This includes plus and 0 hour, and so this is a opportunity for us to either extend the day before school or after school based on students if there are some credit recovery needs that exist, or it might just be tutoring type options. Also in 2016, we added a FlexPath program through a charter amendment, and this allowed an additional choice for both parents and students through some virtual components. We utilize a variety of curriculum, Virtual Arkansas, Apex Learning. We also are really engaged in our grow our own approach through utilizing our staff, technology such as what we have here that record the lessons, and then we're able to post it within Google Classroom. The flexible scheduling also allows seniors the opportunity, not just seniors, but seniors and juniors to attend ASU Mountain Home. That has become a backbone of many of the things that we do, not just with concurrent credit, but also in the secondary center and the technical center offerings that they have. Our academic advisory period is also a reason for our charter because it allows us to build in time within every single day that allows our teachers to build those relationships with their students. Also allows the coordination of academy celebration days. This is also where we have a very, very successful mentoring program in which we the first Wednesday every month, we bring over 100 business community partners into our schools that spend an hour with our kids and go through the mentoring process. We have a variety of alternate credit options for our kids, and we're very thankful for having this because it allows our students to have success in meeting some of the graduation requirements. Just a few of those, I won't be able to name them all, are food science, plant science, animal science. A lot of those are done through what's previously been mentioned already through the CASE curriculum. We're very thankful for having that type of opportunity. We also have some things that are embedded. That includes oral comm, English 1, PE with band, and civics, PE also with ROTC. And so it really creates a lot of flexibility in our kids' schedules. Our students have been approved to take a survey of business, Algebra 1, Geometry, Plant Science, Family and Consumer Science in the 8th grade, which definitely gets our kids off to a great start. So I'm now bringing up the Career Academy pathways. And so if you pull out your other application, you can see the main points behind our revisioning process was, since we've had so much that has morphed and changed over time since 2003, we felt like we needed to go through basically an organizational process to revision our career academies, to refocus on what we were doing. And so we put together this Pathways crosswalk that you guys can flip through, and you can start seeing how all of our different programs of studies or pathways align all the way down to really essentially kindergarten. And then it also extends to post-secondary opportunities, which include either college or also degree and certification offerings that are specifically provided for at ASU Mountain Home. But I won't go through this entire thing because of time, but I would encourage you guys to look through those and see just all the different offerings that we're able to do, and that's largely in part because of our charter. Goals of our current charter. I'm going to run through these real quick, and then not to take up too much of your time, but to continue to increase our students' performance. Of course, we've had to change the language of these over the course of time, and so specifically, we have met this goal. We saw an increase of our 11th grade ACT score this past year of about a composite of nearly a point to 19.7, and that's all 11th graders taking that. And so very proud of that, and that was after a couple year of a decline, and then also that's with the state average kind of maintaining stagnant across the board. So proud of our teachers and our staff and the work that they did to meet that goal. To continue to refine 8th through 12th grade students' six-year post-secondary plans. We felt like we met that goal because of the number of students entering those 2 and 4 year programs. And then if you look at the application, we have those numbers provided to you as well. Continue to increase student participation in extra and curricular activities. We understand that students that are invested into their education and that have something to be involved with are going to work harder, not just in whatever those involved activities are, but also in their academics as well. We do have a club day that's embedded into our AAP, and so at any point in time, if we don't offer it through an approved AAA sanctioned event, we try to do different things through clubs, and that's a great time in which our kids are able to stay involved as well. Next goal, to provide stronger transition and support system through the first year. I'm going to talk more about this in something that we're going to be requesting under a current waiver. But we felt like we met that goal because of Keystone. Every 9th grader takes Keystone. We've also bring forward a Tools for Success class in which every 8th grader takes, in which we began calling a pre-Keystone course. And so we feel like that provides great transitions. Increased parent community involvement in raising student achievement through specific participating in classes. We do this through a variety of different community engagements. I talked about the mentoring program. Many of those folks that come into our schools and mentor are also parents as well. To target our economically disadvantaged students, 9 through 12, which is our largest subpopulation, and I feel like that we've met that goal based on teen girls go to college. We have a student-run thrift store that also helps support those social and emotional parts of needs of our kids. To target, I mentioned that one, to increase the number of students in the completers. Definitely career and technical education at Mountain Home in Mountain Home Public Schools, it's the backbone of everything that we do. You look through the Pathways crosswalk and you see all the different pathways and opportunities that our kids. We pride ourselves on that. We understand it's not the most cost-effective delivery system, but we also understand the value of our kids having those real-life experiences. Increase the number of credit recovery opportunities. We have one of the, I'd say, a model ALE program in the state, and so they're just tremendous in being able to ensure not just students that are placed there under the ALE guidelines, but also students that need just a leg up there. To explore new avenues and expanding college and career readiness options and community-based internships. Our internships are really they're a key point in everything we do within our Career Academy model. A newly I would say, pivot off of the internships is our implementation of apprenticeships. We have several business partners that are on board with us through our apprenticeship program, in which we're placing kids, seniors, in with the industry and with different business partners, in which they're not necessarily headed off to college, but they want to stay there locally and then have a job beyond their high school graduation. Student participation through curriculum options and flexible scheduling. We've seen enrollments increase, and then current Keystone curriculum offerings in the charter waivers to assist, and we've seen that enrollment increase as well. So our new performance goals that I'm presenting to you today, we kind of struggled, honestly, in knowing exactly what to do with our performance goals, because as a district, we're really trying to align ourselves K-12. And we have SLIPS goals, which is our federal programs, essentials. We have our building improvement goals, and then we have our charter goals. And so we really wanted to just align all of those, and had a great conversation with the ladies back here in the back prior to our meeting. But I think that we are on track to provide a model of performance goals for the charters and then also K-12 instruction. So basically what we're saying is we're looking at a 3% growth in ACT Aspire, and that's a 3 percentile through the ESSA index. Same thing with our students with our special needs. We were asked why we pulled the subpopulation out. We have not seen the growth that I felt like that we wanted to see in the particular at the mid-level. Doesn't affect the charter that we're requesting here, but we're making that a focused K-12 and ensuring that our expectation is that all kids can learn, and that same expectation is put on all kids. And so that 1% is once again a percentile within the ESSA index there. And so those are and then finally our 4-year graduation rate index will increase 1% as well. There's our current waivers in which we're utilizing and still plan to use. Some of the new waiver requests that it's really a new application of the current waivers that we have. One of them is in regards to teacher licensure. And so this request is obviously in response to the shortage of teachers out there. And I've seen a model that other districts have used that made a lot of sense to me, is that if we have the opportunity to get a teacher intern into the classroom under the direct supervision of a master teacher, then that's what we're asking for under this application of this waiver. And then in addition to that, a new application of a current waiver in regards to flexible scheduling. I can't think of the law that was passed, but that allows us some lottery money to go to high school students for concurrent credit, has created, for us to maximize that, we have got to align our student schedule at our high school and at our career academies with that of ASU Mountain Home. And we felt like the only way to do that is we can't do it, you know, for the 8-9 hours a day that ASU Mountain Home aligns, you know, offers courses, but we do feel like that we can in the AM through, because we are a block schedule, and they run a Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday class, and then on Fridays, you know, we will most likely run a fast class, every kid every day on Fridays. But we will need some flexible scheduling to be able to perfectly align our kids and be able to maximize that opportunity with ASU and not just expect them to do it, you know, virtually, where they can actually go and sit on those campuses. So that would be a new application of the flexible schedule waivering. In order to maximize our operational personnel efficiencies and course offerings, our current structure is we have a kindergarten center, which is its own LEA. We have a first and second grade building, which is its own LEA. We have a 3rd through 5th grade building, which is its own LEA. And then we have a middle school, 6 and 7, which is its own. And then we have an 8th grade that is also housed with our 9th grade, but our junior high campus, is anybody in opposition?
If there's not, so yeah, go ahead and continue.
So real quickly, our junior high campus is composed of 8th and 9th grade. So basically that building has 2 separate LEAs. Our 9th grade falls under our current charter. So what we're asking is that we are able to include our 8th grade within our current 9-12, our conversion charter, so that we are now able to create schedules without having to make some of those adjustments that our 9th grade may have in the same building, utilizing some of the same teachers, and our 8th grade's not able to do that. So that's one of our request amendments there as well. I think it'll create some additional offerings and allow us to maximize our staff usage throughout that time. So with that.
Ready for questions? Okay.
No questions.
No questions? Okay, Dr. Kramers?
If we add 8th grade in there for the programs of study, I have to compliment you on your pathways and programs of study, especially because you start at the lower grades and you go all the way through to your post-secondary partners. So we don't often see this, and so I think this is very well done. If it moves to the 8th grade level, many of the current courses are set grades 9 through 12. So what will you be offering them at the 8th grade level?
So we will continue to offer the same courses
Okay.
that we have. But I do feel like that, you know, in looking down the road, I feel like there's going to be additional opportunities for our 8th grade kids, much like what they have for Algebra 1 in the 8th grade. And I do think that we want to be careful, and that there is some risk of, you know, pushing. You know, I've seen some situations in which I feel like you push too far down, and by all means that's not at all what I'm suggesting. But we will maintain the current 8th grade standards and regulations there. Junior high principal, anything to add with that particular question?
Kyle McCarn, junior high principal. One initial thought that I would have there would be like a pre-engineering or a foundational engineering class. Looking in the future, I could see a place for that. So that would be something I would really like to see put in place in the 8th grade before they can start taking those engineering classes 9-12. So that'd be an application I could see later down the road.
So can I, this would help me better understand, what would be the concern if, in a model like this, obviously in a district that has these very well-aligned pathways, would there be concern though if the district did say, you know, hey, we do want to have quite a few of our 8th graders be able to start with some of these courses? Is there, what would be the concern with that?
Some of it would be the foundational academics that go with it. So then if you start getting into CASE-AG, you may not even have all of the academics to prepare them, you know, until they get to that point. So I think there are some we can explore down the road, but I think we need to make sure we're taking time and look at those until we can look at them kind of a case by case. But there's, you know, many examples where there's a lot of foundational knowledge before it gets pushed down to a lower grade. And it may be a fit for like the algebra, for example, at the 8th grade level. Not all students may succeed with that. So I think just kind of looking at that in the larger picture.
Okay. So is that something maybe where just providing technical assistance to them, is that something that may be the way to approach it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Do you have another question?
I think that's it. Just I commend you again on the plan and how well thought out it is. And I know Dr. Brown is fabulous and she works really well with the state staff. So I know they're in good hands with Dr. Brown as well.
Okay. Questions?
Just the same thing I asked the last one. Looking at the reading scores, I mean, they're trending going since 2017 the wrong way. So, I mean, in 2017, your Hispanic Latino population was low, then it kind of went up, and then we've dropped way back down again this year, or in 2019, as well as the scores for the white, economically disadvantaged, everything on the ESSA score. So, given the same question that I gave the last one, I agree with the pathways, what you're doing with your kids on the pathways and internships is really cool, and I like that, but what are we doing to address the core credits as well?
Yeah. And Mr. Rogers, I really appreciate, your focus both, for us and the last presentation on that, because, I mean, that is the core of what we are, what we're doing. If a child can't read or if he can't, know the basic mathematics. I tried to address that particular point through our goals. If you look at simply our charter goals, beforehand you saw several different things that applied to the pathways, crosswalk, more kids in Keystone, more community involvement, more of this. Really, through these goals and through our admin's leadership and the initiatives that we have put in place, our focus is on improving academics through the ESSA and that accountability system. And we've done that through, we're district-wide PLC. We have a strong foundation in the science of reading, all the way we're supporting our kids through the science of reading K through 5, through every teacher being RISE trained. We've also inputted, I pulled I had 3 literacy, specialized teachers that are on teachers on special assignment that now are supporting our teachers, really K-12. We started out focusing on K-5, but I feel like our teachers are getting a better grasp. We're year 2 of our TOSA program, and our teachers are stronger at the lower grades, but now several times this past semester, Mr. Bozier, our high school principal, has had those TOSAs up at our junior high and high school levels to support our teachers. And I commend the time in which we're pulling out of the day for our teachers to look at data. We brought in NWEA as an interim assessment piece in which the growth that we have already seen from, and this first year we did NWEA, we didn't feel like that we got we weren't able to drive instruction through the ACT Aspire formative assessments that we really wanted. So we brought in NWEA at the 8th through 12th grade level and assessed at the beginning of the year, and then we've recently taken our middle of the year assessments with that. And the growth that we're seeing there is double digits. And it's just really because of the support that Mr. McCarn, Mr. Bozier, and the time that they're giving their teachers to talk about kids, to talk about academics. This is great, guys. I mean, I'm so proud of everything that we offer our kids. But I do commend these guys for their focus on academics and recognizing exactly what you recognize there, and knowing that, hey, we got to make sure our kids have those core academics taken care of. So.
Okay, Ms. Hyatt, there are a few things on the legal review that it looks like we need to clean up. And as you address that, we might also just make sure that the amendment requests, that everything is good there. I didn't know if that was gonna have any kind of an LEA change or anything like that, so.
Okay. On the legal review, there are a couple of issues. Most of them, Dr. Long submitted some additional information after this was done, so most of it is just confirming for the record. But there was on the flexible scheduling, so they asked for 3 laws, one of which has been repealed. 618-210 has been repealed. So there wouldn't be a necessary waiver of that. And then they asked for 616-102, which is the law where the new recess legislation is codified. So I would ask that you exempt 616-102A5 from your request, because that's where the recess legislation is, unless you need the recess, which I don't think you do. So if you could just confirm that you don't need 618-210 and that you don't need 616-102A5 for the record.
Jake Long, Superintendent. I do not need the previous stated. Yes.
That works. And still on flexible scheduling, the standards for accreditation that were listed were actually from the previous version of the standards. We're all still trying to find our feet, I think, with the new standards. But I think what you need, and you'll have to verify this, is 1A52 in the new standards, which is the 6 hours a day, 30 hours a week average for student-teacher interaction time, rather than the standards that you've asked for. And you might need 1A51, which is a minimum of 178 days of student-teacher interaction time. Usually those go hand in hand. So if you'll just tell the panel which ones you need, that'd be great.
So I do need the previous stated waivers in which Ms. Claire stated.
Okay, that should clear that up.
So is that applicable district-wide or for just the conversion charter in terms of, just thinking about the 178 days of interaction, how far?
I do need it district-wide, but I do know that I will need it district-wide, but this only applies to 812. So my conversations with some of the folks before was to come back for, I guess, a 1240 waiver to be able to align that so that I can run a similar schedule throughout the entire district.
Okay.
And Dr. Long's right, this will only apply to the district conversion, which is just Mountain Home High School. So they will have to utilize 1240 in order to make it district-wide, but they can, have some flexibility with the high school until they get the 1240, or they don't have to utilize the waiver until they get the 1240, up to them. Okay, just moving forward, Mountain Home had also asked for 1A2, which is what we talked about on the last one, the 120 clock hours versus the competency base. I believe they have rescinded that in the information I received this morning, and I just need them to verify that for me.
Yes, Mountain Home does not need the 1A2.
Perfect, thank you. On teacher licensure, I just need them to confirm that they only need a waiver of Section 7 of the ADE rules governing educator licensure.
Yes, we only need Section 7 of ADE rules considering licensure.
And the last one, mandatory attendance, the ADE rules governing mandatory attendance, 618-210 and 618-211, they were all repealed in 2017. So there's not a need for a waiver of those provisions. I just need them to confirm that you've rescinded it.
Yes, we rescind that.
That's it. And if you'll give me a minute, I'll go look at your question about the amendment request if you want to ask.
Well, and someone from Public School Accountability might, just in the amendment request, so your 8th grade, will anything change as far as the LEA or anything like that? It's
Well,
just, or will it change, and
Yes,
can
we'll
we
have to
address
submit
that?
an LEA change form, I believe is what Ms.
Okay.
Kelly told us. And we will no longer have the 8th grade LEA, the current 8th grade
Okay.
LEA number.
Okay, so they've already talked to you, so that's good, okay. Right, I don't think I have any other questions, any discussion or, okay.
On this amendment request, you're asking for a cap increase also?
Yes, we are increasing just because we're adding the 8th grade.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
missed
sir.
that.
Yes, sir.
All right, if there are no questions, then I will entertain a motion for the approval of Mountain Home High School Career Academies.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, congratulations, and if you will give us a few minutes, we will add in feedback. Okay, Mr. Rogers?
I voted for the motion. Appreciate the pathways crosswalk. I think that's encouraging, and I don't have any other concerns.
Okay. I also voted to approve. One of the things I really liked is the fact in your goals you had the parent engagement component to that. And I don't remember that being in very many of our applications in the goals, so I think that's a great addition as well. And also like how you're looking to the future and great opportunities for kids. Okay. Dr. Kramers?
I approve the motion. The district charter has a well-thought-out plan, is connecting with post-secondary partners and business and industry. They've identified their academic weaknesses, and they have a plan to improve with the trends already looking positive.
Mr. Baldwin?
I vote to approve the motion. The Pathways program that you all have, the course of study contained within that is really outstanding.
Thank you all very much for being here, and safe travels, and look forward to your future work. Okay. All right. We have, I think, one more item that was on our morning agenda. So if everybody's good to continue, we will go ahead and proceed with that, and then we'll have a break. But I don't want them to have to wait, so, yeah. I think we can probably do this and stay on track with the 1 o'clock.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, just a moment here. Okay, Ms. McLaughlin.
Okay. Osceola STEM Academy is a district conversion middle school that was initially authorized on January 9th, 2012. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 5 through 8 with a maximum enrollment of 450 students. Representatives from the Osceola School District are appearing before the charter authorizing panel today to request a renewal of their current charter for 5 years. And we do have Mr. Alfred Hogan, Superintendent, Dr. Toriano Green, He couldn't make it. Mrs. Chantel Raper, Federal Funds Coordinator, and Ms. Crystal Smith, the STEM Academy Principal. They all need to be sworn in.
Okay. If you will stand to receive the oath. Anyone speaking? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. As you come to the microphone, if you'll state your name and position for the record, you are recognized.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'm Crystal Smith, and I'm the principal at Osceola STEM Academy. And I'm just delighted to be here, and I want to thank the panel for allowing me this opportunity to come and present on behalf of the Osceola School District. We have a diversion charter school. We have about 311 students. We're grades 5 through 8. I'm the principal. I had the honor also of getting a new assistant principal that I moved out of the classroom, which was a strong classroom teacher, as well as the superintendent, Mr. Alfred Hogan, is here with us on today. I want to first, before I begin, I'm going to go back a slide. I want to talk a little bit about why STEM is important to Osceola just in general. It's very important to our school district as well as important to our community. We're in the Delta area and we are very industrial. So a lot of our high school kids that are coming out of high school graduating, they're looking to go straight into the workforce. So since I'm the feeder school for the high school, one of the things, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, our innovative part is we try to prepare our kids not only for high school, but we prerequisition what a high school has to offer. So it's very important that once the elementary school feed to me, that I prepare these students for high school. So I want to share that. The last time we came here, which was 3 years ago, I stood before the panel and they asked me a lot of questions about our reading scores. So I chose to start there today because I went back and I was trying to really look at transforming teaching and learning, but also I wanted to look at our adults learners because we have a very, very high turnover of teachers. So I wanted to share that. So I kind of want to start with reading and I want to talk about teacher retention. I don't know if you're familiar with Osceola School District, but we did a teacher retention or recruitment for teachers because it was hard for us to find teachers. So we did a program where if a teacher applied in Osceola, if they stayed there for 4 years, they got up to $10,000. It started off really well. We had a lot of, at that time, like when I came before, my staff was fully certified. After year one, I want to kind of just take you through our 3 years, okay? I lost quite a few staff. So at that point, even though we had the waiver, thank God that we had the waiver through the charter, and then, you know, of course, Act 1240 came into effect too, I was able to hire some waiver teachers. But what I had to do was, because the core classes is vital to these students, I had to move some teachers around to make sure that they would get adequate instruction. So what I did was I took some teachers not only out of their certification area, but out of their grade range. Like I took a 6th grade literacy, very effective teacher, and put her in the 8th grade classroom. We did that. We also decided that what we were going to do was focus on reading fundamental skills. My feeder school was sending me, and this is not to make any excuses, but I kind of want to tell our story a little bit. Our feeder school, when my kids come in as 5th grade, we had a lot of kids in need of support. So what I found was even with hiring some of the certified teachers, they just was not equipped to be able to teach reading fundamental skills. So we reached out to the co-op. I lost half that staff. The next year, we reached out to the co-op. We had a really hard time finding teachers. So we utilized Act 1240. We went with a lot of homegrown teachers, trying to get sustainability within the building, as well as we offered them an opportunity, if we gave them a teaching job, to get in these college programs where they could get some professional development, not only from the teaching programs, but as well from our district. Last year, staff I was able to retain for the first time since I've been at the district. I only lost 2 teachers, so I retained 92%. And then one of my literacy teachers, I moved into the assistant principal position. So we were able to, for the first time in multiple years, I would say 3, but longer than that, start off the year with focusing and rebuilding on something we had already started, in opposed to trying to focus on just training teachers on how to be good teachers or instructional strategies, as well as classroom management. So looking at year 3, we have retained 92% of our teachers, as well as we went and looked at data. And what we found was, we used NWEA for our growth. We found that our students not only were not reading at grade level, but they weren't really being able to decode words. They was having comprehension issues. We had a large group of students that were not SPED students that needed phonics. They were struggling with phonics, phonemic awareness, and we were trying to see, how do we push that in? So we reached out to the co-op, and what we did was, we went ahead and we started a reading period. And in this reading period, we took the kids and made it skill specific. So everybody in the building, regardless of where their reading level was, the beginning of the day for an entire hour, what we did was, according to their skill development, they all had reading intervention. For our kids that were reading at grade level close or above grade level, we did morphology with them. The kids or the students that were reading below grade level and looking at their skill deficiency, we did the RISE components. We did a lot of phonics, did not a lot of phonemic awareness. We even went into multisyllabic, and we partnered with the co-op. They trained us once a month as well, all the staff, and they also provided us resource. If you look at our data over the 3 years, you don't see a huge increase, but then when we look back and we looked at our data, even though they weren't meeting projected on NWA, they were growing at least a half a year to a year and a half a year. So we did see growth, but we did not see what we anticipated to see, even though we're still building on that. This is how we addressed our reading deficiencies, like I talked about before. The second year, we did Ideal Porter. We did the first 3 modules of science of reading. We did that for all our 7th through 8th grade teachers. We increased time on text. We made sure that the complexity of the text was at grade level. One of the things that we modified in our curriculum that we had at that time was, we were finding out when you started asking kids those text-dependent questions, they were not able to answer them. They would pretty much tell you what the story was about. So we went and trained teachers on how to pull the skills out of the novels. We felt that was vital, because when they take the ACT Aspire, they're not going to get a whole story. They're going to get a short passage, and they're going to ask some text-dependent questions in relation to the standard. We did that last year, and as well as we implemented that reading block, then we made sure that we trained all our staff. So we were able to bring back the same staff, and we're excited about that. So we get to extend on that. What we did for science of reading, which is still in process, even though they had that pathway for the next year, we're trying to move our teachers a lot faster in completing those modules, so they're able to instill some of those practices this school year. When you look at our Ella data for the last 3 years, if you'll notice, 17-18 we declined, and I apologize for that grammatical error. It should say ready instead of reading. If you'll look at it, we started to lose kids that year. That year was the year that we lost 67% of our staff, but you'll see we were able to move some kids as well. The Ella weighted achievement, that is not only reading, but that is grammar as well, and writing, language. These are some things that we've currently put in place to improve our Ella academic achievement. We have continued to increase time on text with skill-specific focus. Like we said, we wanted to make sure that the novel was aligned with the standard, as well as when kids are reading, they know the objective of why, the purpose of what they're reading, in opposed to you asking those questions, why did Molly go to the store? Well, if it has nothing to do with the standard, that just didn't make sense. So we had to train teachers how to pull that out. We're continuing to implement RISE in our 5th and 6th grade classes, and also science of reading strategies in all of our classrooms. Not only in our social studies classes, they teach literacy standards through the social studies context, but content, I'm sorry. But what we did was, we have a discovery zone, you'll hear about that later on, but also in our PE classes, because all those teachers were trained through the co-op, we're trying to work on some of those things and strategies, how to teach our kids. What we did that we are excited about in our second year after asking for this charter, we started to meet building to building. So we had that vertical meeting every month. So we would show elementary would show me what they're doing with their third and fourth. I would show what we're doing with fifth and sixth, and then high school would come in. And also we met once a month. We brought sample work. We talked about teaching strategies. But one of the things that, like I said before, teachers were struggling with teaching reading fundamentals. Once again, we had a lot of non-tradition teachers that had not even been in a program. So we had a lot of PD for that. So we decided as a district, we needed to go away from the curriculum that we was in, and we need to vertically align K-8. We vertically aligned K-8 with Wonders this year. This is the first year we've done Wonders, and we did Study Sync for 7th and 8th grade. One of the things that I looked at in my data was, because I served 5th through 8th grade, we would have low numbers of kids that needed support, but once they got to 7th and 8th grade, it increased, doubled. So we started looking at the instruction, looking at the curriculum, so we've been looking at that. We were trying to identify the core root of the problem. And like I said before, we found out that kids really, really struggle with finding out the meaning of words. So what I did was myself, I went through the RISE assessor training as a principal, made sure I got that, and then also the elementary principal went through that, so we both could have the same alignment. What we did with the co-op, they also did it with 1st through 4th grade, so we also had an alignment piece with our PD. Our math scores. One of the things that we noticed was the kids that struggled in reading also struggled in math and science. So we started looking at, like I said, the kids are struggling with being able to decode words, find out the meaning of words. So we found out that it wasn't so much, because with math, it's so conceptual thinking, it's processing. We thought at one point it might be some test empathy, but then actually when we started looking at skill to skill, we seen huge gaps. And this is where we also made sure we made the alignment. We went to a new math curriculum, and we made sure the math curriculum, once again, is K-8. Well, actually, it's K-12 at this point. So we changed our curriculum. We mandated that they do intervention time spans through the math period. We made sure when they gave growth conversations, because we felt that was huge for the kids, they needed to know where they are and what they need to work on, that the components of it spoke the language of the skill or the standard. We integrated more collaborative planning across all our content with our STEM focus. That means we partnered science and math together. We provided best practice on both instruction and engagement. One of the things I found out with engagement and instruction was when students started to display gaps in skills or standards, teachers would freeze up. They didn't know how to instruct that. So we had to do some PD on scaffolding without watering down the standard. We aligned our STEM curriculum projects with math and science standards. So we really did that in our discovery zone. And before I hand it over to Ms. Raper, which is going to talk about, even though we are a low-performing school, how do we remain innovative through our STEM? I want to say a little bit more about our STEM. Our STEM is offered to every kid. So every kid that come through there, if you come on my campus, you'll see they're the most hands-on. They love doing things, projects, but they still struggle. One of the things we heard from the industries in the past probably 5 to 7 years, I would say, is they're saying our kids are coming out of high school with reading deficiencies, can't understand, they can't keep a job. So one of the things that I have really been expressing to teachers is, it's not about reading the book. They should understand the purpose, because reading is a life skill. So we're not where we need to be. We are a work in process. Like I said, when you look at the reading growth going from 16% to 21%, we were anticipating a lot more growth than that, but we are building on what we have started. So I just kind of want to tell you where we were, some of the things we put in place since we left here, and I'm going to hand it over, and I will be available for questions.
Hi, I'm Chantel Raper, and I serve as the Director of Federal Programs and Special Projects with Osceola School District. And I was a part of the charter, even in the application process to begin with. And I do want to say that the Osceola STEM Academy was a product of business and industry urging us to look at something like this. And at the time, we had several LEAs, and we combined our 2 middle schools to create this one charter school, because it was important for us that all of our students have this opportunity in our district to feed into the high school. Because of the opportunities that the charter has provided for our students, we do have that added benefit of innovation. Okay, and we wanted to, when we were first writing the charter, we wanted to make sure that we took a whole child approach. You know, we have our courses in silos. Students take a math class, students take a reading class, students take a CTE class, but we wanted to just take that whole child approach so that we could help our students to instill a love for learning. Okay, and even our parents have that love for learning. And so with that, I want to talk about 3 things in particular. Our career and technical student organizations, which all schools have, but we're particularly proud of some of the things that we do at Osceola STEM Academy. Our Discovery Zone, if you've ever get a chance to visit our Discovery Zone, I say we were STEM before STEM was cool. You know, at that time, a lot of people did not know what STEM was. And so we wanted to embed that in our Discovery Zone. And then our supplemental opportunities with our community partners. First of all, with our career and technical student organizations, we have, at the mid-level, we have a pre-engineering program and we have a business program like most middle schools have. We're fortunate that our business teacher transitioned from our pre-engineering program. So she is well-versed in both programs, so it makes a good collaboration between those two for our students. All of our 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students have access and do attend a pre-engineering course. And again, that was business and industry pushing for that. And so I think it's unique that we can say every one of our 5th graders, every one of our 6th graders, every one of our 7th graders, and every one of our 8th graders attend a pre-engineering class. And we're new to TSA, but Ms. Smith and I had an opportunity. Our instructor was at a previous, he was being trained with Project Lead the Way, so we found out our middle school students were eligible for national competition in Washington, D.C., so of course we said, we'll take them. We'll be glad to take them to Washington, D.C. And so let me give you a personal story. 8th grade young man, clearly dyslexic, had the signs of dyslexia, and you know, we were always working with him, but he had a dragster. And he had to have a metric drawing, and his drawing was in inches. Within minutes, he had converted this to a beautiful metric diagram. The young man had to have his badge to be able to spell Osceola STEM Academy, but we were able to take him to Washington, D.C., and he raced his dragster with thousands of other students. So that's one of the advantages of things that our students have access to. They actually, just last week, we attended Osceola STEM Academy, walked away with the award for the best middle school in TSA, and so we were proud of that. Let me go on to our supplemental opportunities with our community partners. We cannot say enough about our community partners. We are so fortunate in Mississippi County to have so many business and industry people there to support us. And one way we do this is we don't try to micromanage. We go out to our business and industry and we say, you know what, you show up, you send your engineers, you sign in the office, and you're welcome in our classroom. And it is not uncommon. It's a weekly thing going on that you go into a classroom and you see engineers sitting on the floor building robots with children. And that's important. Just a couple months ago, we had we had a business and industry advisory meeting, and because of that success, we turned that into a county-wide advisory meeting. And so we had schools from all across the county there, and up to about 20 business and industry people there to support us. We were able, just a couple weeks ago, Denso Manufacturing had a essay contest. We had 5 winners, and our 8th graders were able to go to Denso, tour the company, have lunch with the plant manager and the engineers, and let me tell you, walking through, they wanted to know, how does this robot do this? How does this robot do that? We need to know this, And we left and they said, we've had seniors, we've had grad students come through here that did not have the questions that your 8th graders had for us. So that's another thing that we're very proud of. We walked away with the Master Robotics Team Award for our 7th and 8th graders. We have business and industry. We have 5th graders with drones, and you go into a gym and you have about 20 5th graders in there flying drones with business and industry engineers with them. And again, that's something to see. The pride of the Osceola STEM Academy is our Discovery Zone. And that's really the hub of our innovation. Still have 5 minutes? Or is, okay. That is really the hub of our innovation. This is where we integrate our math and science and our art. Mr. Hogan, our superintendent, pursued an opportunity with Arkansas Northeastern College for us to work with the Discovery Network, and I accompany the Discovery Zone teacher to these meetings where we're on the STEM pathway, what they call the STEM pathway journey. And you will see, if you go into the Discovery Zone, you're going to see a life-size, a giant chess board where algebraic equations are being taught with chess. You're going to see Wii stations set up, and we call that We Learn with Wii. And I'm going to tell you, you can slip some math and science in when you give a student a Wii game system. This is where you're going to see escape rooms that are aligned to the thematic lessons in our science and social study classes. But that is really the hub of everything that we have going on. Just to close, I just want to say that we're committed to continuing this charter, because the charter provides this flexibility to provide this innovation. I've always said when we first wrote this charter, we just want to use these waivers to pave an opportunity for our principals to be able to look at our students' needs and say, what can we do to make things just a little bit different, so we can look at each individual student as they come through and provide these opportunities to help them learn. Because you know, there's no doubt we do struggle, but with that, when we have these waivers, it gives us a chance to sit down and say, okay, you know, what can we do? What can we tweak? If this is not working in this math classroom right here, what can we do? Well, what we do now, we can take them to the Discovery Zone and do some hands-on activities that sometimes time does not allow in a regular classroom. So we just encourage you to look at our charter, help us to continue what we've been doing, and help us to just be better.
Okay, I'll start with any questions that panel members might have. Mr. Baldwin.
Thank you for the presentation. So we read about the new steel mill in your area. How has that affected the school system, and is it a positive effect for you?
Yeah, we can talk. Yes, the steel mill. For example, our trip to Washington D.C. Mr. Hogan did support us, but he sponsored us. But to reach out to Nucor, to American Greetings, to Big River Steel, they are there, and Denso, they're there to help us. And so they are constantly saying, what can we do to help you? And we have very good relationships. To be able to go in with Dave Stickler, with very busy people, and just sit across a conference table from them, and they say, what do you need? And they're there to do that for us.
A little bit about JAG and the presence of Mark Skinner and them every day.
Yeah, Big River Steel, Mark Skinner, the HR director, he is in our classroom every single week. And to the point that the plant, and actually what I told when he was talking to us, we are stockholders, by the way, so we get the rural treatment. We were able to take our teachers through a tour of Big River Steel because we wanted our teachers to see what those jobs look like, so our teachers can transition that instruction to what they need. So again, there's not a business and industry in our town that if we reach out to them, they're there to support us.
Also, I want to add to that because what she described too is with the high school. We have reached out to them as part of STEM. Denzel is always, engineering has partnered with us. They come in weekly and help us with problem solving. And they have guaranteed us that they will also partner. So we can give them some collaboration as well.
Dr. Kramers.
Just one interesting thing that stood out was the Hispanic population. And it looks like there's a lot of absenteeism specific to the Hispanic group of students, but I see that there's also growth. So I'm just curious if you could just kind of share a little bit about that.
Yes, our population has increased with the Hispanic. What we're finding is, though, a lot of them have moved in because of either Big River Steel or these industries. And a lot of them, English is their second language, and that's been, a barrier. And a lot of them, too, has come from places where I don't think school has really kept, kind of has been, they need to attend, put it that way, I'll just put it that way.
Let me say something.
Go ahead.
Okay. Especially, thanks for bringing it up. The numbers, they are in the community, but with the immigrants and things, they felt that they were being targeted to a certain degree. So we did some special flyers and website to post for them to feel welcome, and that we would waiver certain things to accommodate them to get their kids in school and to show them some of the amenities that we had to offer for their socioeconomic deficiencies, as far as free and reduced, free lunch, nobody pays lunch, and then transportation and the technology, and with the computers that federal programs and other programs with the funding that we get can give them opportunity to use some of the technology.
And most of them that are related, we actually had 2 families on my campus that parents were taken, so they were separated. So we went through a spurt where we actually had to go into homes and say they can come. They were afraid to send their kids.
The other thing I wanted to note was, I think because of the STEM approach, you can see the STEM academic achievement is really low, but the growth is showing a good trend in the growth on science. But I don't see that on the reading and literacy side. But I wasn't sure if it was just how I'm looking at this. But what are you doing? The STEM Academy helps give the hands-on and make the connections. What are you doing on the literacy side?
Okay, what we're trying to sell to our kids is, like I said, the purpose of reading. That reading is important. There are some factors when you, for mid-level students in terms of motivation, but what we are doing is trying to, like I said before, with our adults. I think a lot of that was instruction. Like I said, even with the kids, they would skim through, and the adults was not pulling out standards and skills, and also emphasizing the importance of reading. Because if they're not good readers, they're going to struggle throughout life. So it took us a while to change the mindset of our adults in the building, which I think will trickle down with our students. But we have a lot of things in place. Like I share with teachers, we can't do so much because then we won't be good at anything. So that's the reason why I was trying to focus on data and the core problem. And I thought the first thing is fixing core instruction. Now, I will tell you one of the things we are doing for reading is I was blessed, like I said, to move a very strong teacher as my assistant principal. So she kind of knows what good instruction should look like. She is a licensed principal, as well as I have my literacy coach and math coach are very, very competent, strong teachers. We're doing some of our tier 3 intervention. That time when teachers don't have to do those phonics and phonemic awareness, we are actually pulling together as an instruction team and pulling kids out, not of core classes, but pulling them out, trying to get some of that intervention in. Because one of the things that I learned at assessor training was, for Rise in Science, the reading was, they told us if you have a big chunk, and we have a big chunk, we're level 4 district, a big chunk of kids that are reading below, real low, that don't think to start at the bottom, which is phonics for them, and think you're going to make it up in that time. So start with comprehension, start teaching strategy, start teaching morphology, and strategies. We do have a large percent of SPED kids. We have 16% on our campus. We hope those numbers drop. A lot of times we don't get to test them. I just inherit a large number of SPED. So I don't know if I answered that, but I tried.
Thank you. So for the past 5 years with your charter, you've had flexibility in staffing, you've had flexibility in several different things. And when I look at your data and where you are now and with what you've talked about, I mean, the large numbers of staff turnover, low reading results for your students, and Ms. Smith, as you talked about, I mean, through the whole part of your presentation, your focus right now is on reading as it should be, absolutely as it should be. I'm really having a hard time understanding the continuation of the charter and the flexibility within the charter because, as Ms. Raper describes the actions around the STEM approach, I don't know that you have to have a charter to do anything that you're doing with the STEM focus. And I think you hit on a really important point, Dr. Kramer, is that, you know, the hands-on approach, the things that the discovery zone and robotics and things you're doing for STEM can be beneficial, but I don't know that it's something for which you need a conversion charter to continue, and especially with the waivers that you're requesting. And I worry that continued flexibility for your school is not the right path to go down. So I don't know that I have a question, but that's
Can I respond?
You can
to that?
respond, though,
Okay.
please.
Please. And I appreciate the comment, and I really was trying to listen and let it sink in my head, because a lot of things we do, you can do at a traditional school. But to know our story, my background, I've been there since 06, 07, to know the dark cloud that hangs in that community. I'm not from that community. To know that the reason we went to a STEM school, because sometimes that's the only way you can sell kids to come into that building, or parents to feel like their kids are about something, about a school that is not only adequate. I want to say this and don't sound negative, because we're not using the name of STEM, because we truly do some, we collaborate with math and science together. But I want to say it is very, very important that we keep the STEM components in there, because once again, we are teaching them life skills through STEM. Not saying that we don't promote or ask for kids to go to college, but I'm gonna be realistic. Majority of our kids are going out into the workforce. Do we get some flexibility? Yes. When you have high teacher turnover, I'll just be honest with you, Act 1240, you know, right now, I don't know how long that'll last. You know, with us having this STEM school and giving us a little flexibility for me to move teachers that are strong in a content area that they might not be certified in, I just think that it's adequate. I don't know, Dr. Ivy, if I answered it, but.
Well, and I would say you can keep a STEM focus. I don't
Okay.
think there's anything that would prevent that. I think it's more about, though, is a district conversion charter really the route? And when you think about, you've got your charter situated in the middle, so how are you setting yourself up for success feeding into that? And then what are the results going beyond? And when you look at the high school and their performance at the high school, I don't know that, I'm not sure that as a district, keeping the focus just in your middle school, I don't know that that's setting you up for success, and it's obviously not translating over into the high school. So those are my thoughts as I've looked at this. But I'm going to go ahead and let Mr. Rogers ask a question.
I don't know how I have a question. I think that my thoughts are similar to Dr. Pfeffer. I appreciate the focus on the reading when you started out with that, and that's really good, because we were low, and it is trying to get up there, but you're still struggling. And what I was wondering before we started asking questions is, what would this school look like if it wasn't a conversion charter? What would be different? Because with 1240 waivers, would there be more collaboration with the high school? Because as Dr. Pfeffer said, there seems to be something that's happening that's lost, because when they get to the high school, it doesn't seem that you're maintaining that momentum. And so having them right here in the middle, is that really what's best for this district right now?
Let me answer that.
And one thing that the waivers do for us, and that is with our waiver for our fine arts, that's where we find time to fit in that pre-engineering and that discovery zone and embed those fine arts into those courses. Let me go back several years ago when, I was in the district. I was a charter teacher when it was Academic Center of Excellence. And let me tell you, I hear what you're saying, but it was September it was right at the beginning of that school year when that charter was pulled from us. And it was detrimental to our district because we did not have school choice at that time. I stood on a parking lot as an 8th grade teacher telling parents that were about to move their children in, 3 weeks into the school year because we had lost that charter, saying we're still going to treat your children the same way tomorrow as we did the day before, even though we do not have this charter. Osceola School District cannot survive losing students. We just can't because of school choice, and whether it's academics, and just to be honest, whether it's social issues. I mean, those things are there, but losing the charter for our community in general, because take in mind what I said with this charter. This was business and industry and our Chamber of Commerce coming to our school board saying, we want this charter. We need this charter to help entice people to come to work for our companies. And so I respect what you're saying.
I guess where I don't understand, and this has been going on for a long time within the district, if it is that important to business and industry, why are you continuing just to focus on this middle school? Why isn't it more of a comprehensive look at middle school to high school and what's going on in the elementary school? I understand those elements and the difficulty, but it's hard for us to look at the data and say that it makes sense for us to continue to approve something that, I don't know that it's really helping your district and your students, other than a perception maybe, but
it is absolutely.
I can't understand why the community wouldn't say this needs to be larger and broader.
They do, and the word is exactly right. It is a perception issue. I will tell you this with our pre-engineering program, and I did brag on our 100% of our students going into that pre-engineering program. What happened with that is I had 60, and Dr. Kramers, you heard this, I had 60 8th graders saying we want to go into this program in 9th grade, which we did not have that program in place. So that was a good problem to have. So we were able to add those programs at the high school. The reason we've not gone any further with it at the high school, and that is because with like our career and technical programs, we have, Mr. Hogan, and we talk about this often, we have good CTE teachers at the high school, and he's correct, in our ANC. We do not have to have all of the teachers that we have at the high school, and you have a little bit more of a flexibility with that schedule at the high school that we do not have at the middle school program. But our students have, they have the agri, they have the business, they have the industrial technology. And we still, even though we were well above what we had to provide for CTE, we added a pre-engineering program because our middle school fed into that, and our students and our business and industry demanded it. So we've never been stymied at the high school level to need these waivers because with that flexibility of schedule and with our operating budget, we're able to get those teachers in there. But again, yes, you're right. I mean, it is a perception issue. Yes. But for me, and the three of us, I was the teacher that was there when that charter was pulled, and I can tell you, within a week, our classrooms just and I'll be honest, it was white flight at that time, and that was without school choice. And so when you live in a community and you live in my neighborhood and you look around and your students that are your children that are your neighbors are not a part of your school, that's heartbreaking. And so, yeah, we do. We reach for and we grab any opportunity we can to keep our students and have those opportunities. But those waivers do help. We use
But
them,
al-
but
but
we
also-
don't abuse them. We try not to
I gotta
abuse
say
our
something.
waivers.
But also, as the leader, the instructional leader of that school, I wish I had a student here. I wish the student could stand before you and say what does STEM do for them. I think they would speak the language of a STEM-focused curriculum. Do I think they would speak the language of, because I believe if you would have asked them, you know, why do you have to have a STEM school? I think they would tell you it's preparing them for the workforce. It's giving me those life skills that I need. If you was to say, well, you don't have to have a STEM to do that, but then I would say, they would probably say, yes, I do, because most of my kids, like now we've been a STEM school long, that's all they know, 5th through 8th grade. And we do speak that language daily. Okay, Bishop.
Did you have an additional question?
I hear what you're saying, I do, but I guess that's where I'm still struggling there, because I understand at the 5 through 8 what you're trying to do, but then looking at the data, we're still not there on the reading and science where we need to be on there. And then when those kids are going into your high school, that performance isn't staying. So that's where I'm struggling, is because I understand the perception. I get what you, but how perceptually, what does it look like when we're doing better here, but then when we go to high school, we're not doing so good? So is this the model that we need to be at the 5-8 STEM charter that where you're trying to get? Is that what it needs to be? What going forward? Because I know there's a lot of challenge there, and so going forward, is this how it needs to look? And that's where I'm struggling. And I do appreciate you spending the most time talking about the reading, and because that is ultimately important, and we have to be there. But then that's where I was kind of going, well, that is important, and then where's the science, technology, all that coming in, if we're having to spend, which we should, on that reading. I don't want to be upside that at all.
It gives us some diversity. I truly feel like, and like I tell people, we are a low-performing school, but in terms of providing opportunities for our kids, you know, when I look at it as, if you walk in my building and what the culture is like, and slash to looking at test scores, you wouldn't think it's the same school. But I don't have the answer for that, besides that I can keep on providing adequate instruction and trying to lead by the instruction leader, as well as continue to ensure the community that we're doing everything we can to raise test scores. But I do truly understand what you're saying, so I embrace it.
Any questions? Okay. Ms. Hyatt, there were some things on the legal review, I believe.
Mary Claire Hyatt with the division. And again, they submitted additional information yesterday. So some of the stuff on the legal review, I'll just need them to confirm for the record. The first issue on their teacher licensure waivers, they'd only requested one law. I suggested that they review 615-1004, 617-401, 617-902, and 617-919 in order to fully effectuate their waiver. They did and have since asked to include those statutes as part of their waiver. So I'll need them to confirm that, as well as that they need a waiver of Section 7 of the ADE rules governing educator licensure.
Yes, we confirm we need those waivers.
Okay. The second, library media, I believe they have agreed to rescind the request for standard 2D1.
Yes, we rescind that waiver.
And the last one is gifted and talented. There are 2 additional waivers that they'll need to effectuate the waiver of 2G1. That would be 620-2208C6, which has to do with spending adequate funding on your gifted and talented program, and 642-109, which they've, I believe, now asked for in the information I got yesterday, and the ADE rules governing gifted and talented program approval standards.
And yes, we would like to request those.
That's all.
Okay, so panel, we can go ahead and proceed with a decision, or is there any discussion?
Let me ask, what are our options? It sounds like we have two options that are far away from each other. Is there a middle ground option, or is there a shorter term option to request performance in, I don't know, I guess.
I do believe, Ms. Hite can verify, I do believe that we can, the request is for a 5-year renewal, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks. I had to check
Yeah.
with Tracy. So in terms of your options, you can approve it as written. You can approve it for a shorter amount of time. You can also place any other type of reporting or probationary restrictions you'd like to place. You can ask them to come back next month with additional information if you're not ready to make a decision today. Just be mindful that if you push back that deadline, it pushes back for them when they will know whether they will continue with the charter. And then you can revoke the charter.
I think I'm kind of the same thoughts on the purpose and reason for a charter. And there's so many more CTE courses available at the middle level, including those in STEM, that can occur with or without charter components. So I feel like it's not taking anything away from the kids, the students, because they still would have the same course options and opportunities. And there's the support, and Ms. Raper does a fabulous job working with state staff in coordinating the CTE components. So I know that technical assistance and collaboration would continue for support of those programs. So I think I'm, as far as the academic component, I'm kind of where you guys are in your thoughts, about the reason that a charter would still be necessary.
Any thoughts or discussion?
I understand, and I get where you're coming from. At this point right now, I would be uncomfortable with going out to 5 years. I probably could, in my mind, I was probably thinking more of a 3. And then in the halfway point of that, I'd like to have them come back and do a presentation to see where they are at that time, to see how we are working on that collaboration in the high school, see what the success is going on in there, because I understand that you are going with the science reading, you're trying to get your teacher turnover, and so I understand those obstacles have been there and you're overcoming those, and there's still a long way to go. I'm still struggling with being in a STEM. I'm just personally, I'm still stuck there but given that it's a big hill that you've had to climb, I'm not saying that I would revoke right now, but I'm uncomfortable with it right now. But I think 3 years after that first halfway point, if we could come back with some kind of plan of collaboration with the high school, see where the success with our junior high student, middle school, junior high at that time is.
I like that. I like the 3-year time frame because that gives you guys a shorter period, but it also expresses the concern of the panel. And I think that what I would do in that period of time, especially coming back in a year and a half, would be to have a plan, to watch and see how your performance is, and to have a plan to go forward as a charter school, but also to have a plan not to, because it sounds like that could be the decision of the panel at that point in time. And what I would be looking for, and what I will ask you when you come back, would be, as it relates to the steel mill that's in town, is are they hiring your students? And one of the things that I hear all the time from executives at the steel mills in the Delta is we don't hire the students because they can't read and they can't do math, and we have to go to Tennessee to get our workforce. And so I think you have an opportunity to cure that, and it sounds like they're willing to work with you, but I think you've got to really see, are they hiring your students? Because that ultimately is their stamp of approval on your program.
Yeah, and I think you both make excellent points. Mr. Hogan, I think that Ms. Smith is having to work way too hard on reading, and I think that's a result of the support not happening at your elementary. So I think as a district, I think what we're saying is, as a district, if we're being asked to to continue the waivers, the designation of a charter beyond what has happened so far. I think what we need to see is that as a district, you're supporting this endeavor. So that means shoring up that K3 or the early grades through 4, grade 4, 1-4, so that grades 5-8 can really get into that STEM work and really explore that. And then we do need to see, though, where is this going? Because as Mr. Baldwin said, you know, if students then aren't getting into high school and really jumping into those opportunities to have internships and STEM-focused career experiences in high school, then really this is a waste of time. So that, I think, when you all do come back, those are the things that we need to see, that as a district, this is being supported. And I think if that's kind of the lines we're thinking, I can feel much more comfortable with moving forward on maybe a shorter time frame.
Does the district use the interim reports like others have been mentioned? So what, do you have your report or trends right now?
No, I can take some down. Yeah, otherwise I can provide it.
I think the important thing, just if you're using that so you know what you're doing, if it's working, so, you know, that's really helpful as well.
This is our first year using ACT Aspire interims. Prior to us doing this last year, we did training on the performance level descriptors to make sure that teachers knew what the kids would have to know, you know, in relation to this test. 5th grade, our first interim was very low. Actually, we have an exceptional 8th grade. I do agree with you guys. We sent off our highest group for reading was 8th grade last year. I'm hoping they can maintain. She also has the highest right now on the interim. So 8th and 6th grade, which are 2 very, very strong teachers. I made a change 6 weeks into school. A 7th grade teacher that I hired through the waiver, I just felt like didn't know the content as well as classroom management. It was a huge issue. We made a change with a teacher that was social studies but strong in literacy from Springdale. This was his 2nd year. He embraced it and he's doing magnificent. So we're looking forward to January when we do our 2nd interim to see if we see how it goes. But yes. So.
May I make one comment? Just one brief comment. We focus so much of this presentation on our middle level school, but to answer your question about the high school, I'm confident that we can come back even in a year and a half with an update, because had we had this amount of time to talk about the successes of the high school, our JAG program, we were able to pull a teacher in that was from American Greetings HR and said, I want to come teach. He's our JAG teacher. And his first year, we had 100% placement in business and industry. That next year, 98% of those children were still, students at that point, young people were still employed. And so Big River Steel was there to hand a young lady that we were really afraid was not going to take her basketball scholarship because of the amount of money that Big River Steel offered her as an internship that year. So the things that are happening at STEM are trickling into the high school. We just, like I said, we took this opportunity to highlight the high school. So we appreciate you giving us the opportunity, and I feel like if we came back, we could let you know the impact that is having with our high school.
Okay. So are we ready to go forward with the decision? If someone would like to make a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the conversion charter for 3 years, with them to come back for us in a year and a half to show the progress that they're making towards collaboration with the high school, towards progress of their students they're having in the 5th through 8th grade.
Okay. Have a motion?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right. So we'll record our votes and some feedback, and that way that'll help you with your next steps. Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I approve the 3-year renewal with a 1.5 year status report. I do believe that if you all come back in that year and a half and the results are similar, that that probably another structure would be warranted at that time.
And my comments are same.
Okay. And I think where I really see it is that the motion gives time for the district to shore up supports at the elementary level to provide an opportunity for success at the middle. It will give time for 2 additional years of data with coming back in a year and a half. So I think that gives us a much better picture of your progress.
I made the motion, given that I understand the reading and understand where you talk about where you all have been focused on that, and as Dr. Pfeffer said, hoping that the elementary schools allow that we can get that up to where allow you to do what you want to on the STEM, as well as collaboration on the high school to keep that momentum of student success going.
Thank you very much for your time today. Be safe going home, and thank you for working with us. We'll stay in touch. Thank you. So we'll take a break until 1 o'clock. We have lunch, and we can take a break, and we'll reconvene at 1.
Lunch is in.
Okay, we will get started back with our afternoon agenda. We have a couple of items to hear this afternoon, and the first is the renewal application for Southside High School. Ms. Webb?
Southside High School is a district conversion charter that was initially authorized on November 19th, 2014. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 9 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 1,200. Representatives from the Southside School District are appearing before the charter panel to request a renewal of the current charter through June 30th, 2026. Representatives from the Southside High School include Roger Rich, Superintendent, Crystal Johnson, CEO of Batesville Area Chamber of Commerce, Novella Humphrey, Director of Curriculum and Federal Programs, Roger Reed, High School Principal, and Dion Stevens, Assistant Superintendent.
We want to welcome everyone here this afternoon. We have some of our elected representatives here as well, so we are very happy to have you. Before the district gets started, would you all like to say anything on behalf of the district? That is perfectly fine. Okay, so will the representatives of the charter please stand to receive the oath? If you'll be speaking on the charter, we'll go ahead and get you sworn in. Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. So you will have 20 minutes for your presentation, and you're welcome just to come to the microphone as you're ready to present. And if you'll just state your name and title for the record, you're recognized.
Okay, I'm Roger Rich, Superintendent, Southside School District. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, panel. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today with our renewal application for a charter for our high school. This we call our future story. We refer to it as Project Future Story. And we started this process about 7 years ago, and it was conversation with our administrative staff back and forth about what we can do for kids to not only help them be successful while they're with us, but successful after they leave us. And we started the process talking back and forth. We involved our community college, University of Arkansas Community College at Batesville, and then with the leadership team at APSRC, they guided us to come before you 5 years ago and had a successful application, and we hope to be able to prove to you today that we need to continue to go forward with that. It's not only changed the way that education is delivered within our district, it's changed the way education's been delivered through Independence County. And it's been exciting to watch. It's been a phenomenal opportunity for kids, and we hope to continue moving forward with that. So our mission, the mission of the Southside High School is to equip each student to meet the individualized challenges of his or her future story. We hope to do that with every student that attends our school district to go straight to work after graduation, whether they attend some kind of institution of higher learning, whether it be a 2-year school, a technical school, or a 4-year school. And we hope to use those personalized plans to make them college and career ready. I think I can best answer this question for you. Did the conversion charter make an impact? I think I can do that best by telling you some stories about kids. The first young lady is a young lady named Carrie. Carrie's future story was to become a teacher. She graduated in 2017 with a value-added diploma and 46 concurrent credit hours. She went ahead that summer and picked up an additional 10 hours and started at ASU in the fall with 56 concurrent credit hours. She wanted to be a teacher, but she caused a little bit of problem for Arkansas State University at that time. In their teacher ed program, they weren't used to someone being prepared to be in the program in their first semester of their freshman year. So we went with Carrie, we sat down with their administrative team and teacher education department, tried to work through some of those barriers and obstacles that were there to not only help her, but help future students as well. She did a fantastic job. She graduated in 2 years with her Bachelor's of Education degree before her 20th birthday. Being 20 years old and still having some lottery scholarship money available, she took advantage of that, and she's at Harding University now, going to graduate with her master's degree in reading in 2020, and we're going to do our best to recruit her back home to come back and work for us. That's just one story. Another story is Corey. Corey was a young man that didn't want to further his education, didn't want to go on to college, but he knew that he wanted to go into the workforce, and our goal was to make sure that he had a family-sustaining wage of some kind. So he went through our mock interview process, and he really fell in love with the industry in our community called Flowers Bakery. But when he graduated, he wasn't 18 years old yet. You had to be 18 to be able to go to work at Flowers. So they said, remember, when you turn 18, come back and apply. And we told him we would help him. So he turned 18 in the middle of the summer. He came back, worked with our high school counselor, and she helped him through the process. It's all computerized, fairly difficult to maneuver through. She helped him through that process, helped him set up a voicemail that he'd never set up on his phone before in case he got a call for an interview and wasn't able to take it. Helped him through all those adult things that he needed to do. Now he's working at Flowers Bakery. He got that job. He's been able to work his way up the ladder and is recruiting some of the younger students to come and join him because it's a great place to work and have a family-sustaining wage if you choose not to go on to college. So our third young lady is Taylor. Taylor graduated in 2017 with 63 concurrent credit hours at Southside High School. She graduated on a Sunday afternoon and graduated from high school. Monday evening, she graduated from UACCB with her associate's degree, and on Tuesday, she was a junior at Lyon College. To be able to help her along the way, she wanted to be a dentist. That's her future story. She just recently told us last week or the week before that she had 5 different offers from 5 different dental schools. All 3 of these individuals had the opportunity to have choice because of the opportunity that was afforded to them with this process and with our charter. So what impact did it have on students and families? Over 50% of our students have chosen to participate in this program, and those that don't, they might want that traditional high school diploma and high school experience, and that's okay if that's what they choose to have. But we want those that want more to definitely have that opportunity. We want to be able to provide that for them. Our past graduates have accumulated 3,586 hours of college credit. We've had 59 certificates of proficiency, technical certificates, and associate's degrees. Over half the students that had close to a year's worth of college courses before they left us have graduated with their bachelor's in 3 years or less. And what's most important to us is we're saving that money, that time to degree, and we saved our families tuition of about $275,000. That's life-changing, that's life-altering, it's making a difference for families and lives in the workforce in Independence County. So the impact it's had on education, we've been very fortunate to be in a growing area. Our school district has grown steadily over the last several years. We were actually just recently named the #4 high-growth school district in the state of Arkansas. We were the #1 school district that had enrollment of 500 students or more, and we're very proud of that. The growth at the community college, I think, has had an impact on what the local school districts within our county are doing. The growth at UACCB has grown about 12% over the last 4 to 5 years, where 2-year colleges traditionally across the state of Arkansas have all dropped. So we think that that's had a huge impact on that. The joint meetings that we've had with not only our community college started off with just monthly meetings between our community college and our school district. Now we have 7 school districts that meet monthly, along with UACCB and with Lyon College. You got a public 2-year university and you got a private 4-year university, and those things just don't happen that often. But the collaboration has been unreal to make those things happen and change the landscape throughout Independence County. So we have prepared students, and we have Ms. Novella Humphrey going to come and share that with us.
I'm Novella Humphrey. I'm the Director of Curriculum and Federal Programs at Southside. And just sharing a little information from our joint leadership team, and that's how we refer to ourselves. Bi-monthly, the leadership of Southside Charter High School and the leadership of UACCB, we meet twice a month. As Mr. Rich explained, that's grown into once a month. We meet with 7 area high schools, both colleges, but we still meet together once a month, just the 2 institutions. And what we've really noticed over the last 5 years is we have students prepared for their future stories. They're ready to have strong conversations. Lisa Rich, our counselor, asked students from the very beginning to begin with the end in mind. What is your future story? And let's map it backwards. And so if your future story is a 4-year college or a 2-year college, what's your degree plan? Our students know how to use the Arkansas College credit transfer system. They know how to look at those degree plans and decide, what can I take locally that will go with me to Harding? What can I take locally that will go with me to Arkansas State? What can I take locally that will transfer to Lyon for that 4-year degree that I want? And so they really understand the process of college at a higher level. So we're not wasting concurrent hours. Every hour we're taking is leading towards our next step. And so we really find kids are strong in that process. They've learned when they need help and support to succeed, that they've learned to know where to go to get that help and support. They're better able to self-advocate for that need. We have a young lady that she walked in for her college advising appointment her first year as a full-time student with 3 color-coded degree plans. She was ready to tell the advisor what class she needed because she knew where she was in their degree plan. And if I change my mind, this is the other degree I want, and these are the steps I've already completed. So students are really prepared to take that next step. And so when we talk about our monthly meetings, we start every single time with successes and challenges. We celebrate things that are working really well and students that are succeeding, but we also look at what are the challenges, what barriers are standing in the way for students, and how do we work to remove those. And during those bi-monthly meetings, either jointly or just UACCB and Southside, we try each time to problem solve and to always do what's right for students. We look at things that stand in the way. For example, sometimes it's the purchase of a book for a student, or extra materials they're taking because they're taking above and beyond what we offer at school. And we problem solve how we can meet those needs for students, not only locally at Southside, but across our county. We saw some difficulties in the admissions process in the beginning, and no full-time staff member at UACCB was assigned a concurrent program. It was kind of shifted between multiple offices and multiple departments. And so now with the growth and the continued dedication to this program, there's a full-time staff person at UACCB who's a liaison between the high schools and the college, and they work solely in concurrent credit. They're also that staff person that goes between high school and college instructors. So if the retention alert, attendance is poor, grades are not where they should be, then we're getting those retention alerts so we can continue to work with our students and make sure they're going to be successful in those college classes. And another challenge that's really been taken away through this process is it's decreased the stigma of community college in our community. Kids really see the overall benefit of those concurrent hours, and families see the cost savings of those hours that they take with us. We start out with a cost sharing program, and now through other things like the Independence County Promise and Act 456 that Ms. Johnson will talk about, we're really able to save families even more money. So kids have really bought into this investment of their time in their senior year, their junior year, and how it will pay off in their long-term future story.
So the impact on our local workforce, we had mock interviews, and we just recently did these this last Thursday. We had about 70 partners that came to us, right at 70, that did mock interviews for our seniors, and to get that many people to give up their time to come and help us with a real world experience, we're extremely grateful for that. We have an HR group of all the business and industry partners that meet once a month, and now they include local school districts in with that, so we will know what technical pathways they need for employees of their different respective organizations, so we're all on the same line as well. The willingness to support the Independence County Promise, as she mentioned, was a cost-sharing model for our kids to be able to take concurrent credit, and now it's Act 456, where all students across the state of Arkansas can take care of it. They gave not only financially, but they give their time to be guest speakers, to job shadow, allow internships, all those type things. And a new secondary career center is really just taking that to another level. We have Ms. Crystal Johnson. She's the CEO of the Batesville Area Chamber of Commerce and a great supporter of our school district to share the next slide with us.
Hi, Crystal Johnson, President and CEO of the Batesville Area Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today on behalf of not only the Chamber, but our business and industry partners, and then our community and Independence County at large. I'm so proud to be here to be an advocate for the Southside School District. The partnership that we have, I believe, is very unique. The types of partnerships, these are the types of partnerships that are needed for strong local communities, but I believe they're also important for the future and economic success of the state of Arkansas. The difference in school districts who I believe have these partnerships and those who don't are the willingness to allow partners to come onto campus, boots on the ground, working together to face challenges of the school district, and then working together to find solutions from the community to build the school districts. So we have that partnership, which I'm very, very proud of. I'm very proud to be here. You know, it might sound odd that a Chamber of Commerce would spend, some of our staff members spend about 20 hours of their work week in our school districts. That might sound odd. So let me tell you just a little bit about our partnership with Southside and how that came to be. So we were invited to learn about their program, Project Future Story, which is a program built to build up our kids and give them every, as Mr. Rich says, every unfair advantage that we possibly can to ensure that they are successful in life and that they are a contributing member to our workforce, which is very important to economic development and chambers of commerce. So we saw this model. We knew immediately that this was just too good not to share with the state. So by working together, Southside School District actually shared that model with our other districts in Independence County, which says a lot about their generosity and how much they care about kids, because we're not unique in the fact that there's fierce school choice competition. But Southside was willing to share that program with first our other school districts in Independence County. Then by working together with our legislators, we were able to scale that program statewide, now called the Arkansas Concurrent Challenge Scholarship Program. As Mr. Rich said earlier, due to this program, the University of Arkansas Community College in Batesville has seen phenomenal growth. I expect to see that growth throughout the state now that the program is officially launched. This is just one example of how good things happen for our kids when we work together. Real world examples, making a difference in the lives of our kids, improving the economic success in the state of Arkansas. Another example of working together with our school district is through our community strategic plan that we call Impact. That's a grassroots plan that our community developed. We are dedicated, our community has told us that they want collectively to be dedicated to innovation and education, economic prosperity, tourism, and then healthy living and well-being, which you know all of those things go hand in hand. I think it's pretty unique that a community in rural Arkansas would have a vision to be establish our school districts as leader in education. I think that's very unique. I think that's very powerful that we have community support, it's because of programs like that Project Future Story can be so successful, because of the community model and the community support that we have. So just a couple of examples of education successes. As we mentioned, the Independence Promise First, that was then the Arkansas Concurrent Challenge Scholarship Program. We were able to establish the UACCB Secondary Career Center, state-of-the-art workforce development center, just to name a few. You will see Southside School District and this team at the forefront of our projects in education, being very successful and being leaders. I couldn't be more proud to be a partner and advocate for Southside School District, and thank you for letting me speak on behalf of them. Okay. Thank you.
So what future impact do we hope? We definitely want to sustain the partnerships that we have, cultivate those, and continue to grow additional partnerships as well. We want to maintain and increase the number of students completing college courses and technical training. We want to add additional pathways, and we have, thanks to Dr. Creamer. She's helped us. We've had 2 different pathways, with cybersecurity being one, and we are starting an additional pathway in banking, and hope to have a functioning bank within our school district and our high school starting next fall. So we're excited about that. And we want to advocate for students and families with future legislation, just like we were able to work on Act 456. If there's something that we can do locally, we definitely want to do that, or something that would help on a statewide. We're always going to be looking forward to that, to helping kids all over the state of Arkansas. So with that, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity for letting us come before you today. We hope we have the opportunity to continue this. We have 2 other additional partners with us today that hopefully they can share their story. Senator James Sturch is a product of our school district, and I think exemplifies everything that we talk about with this program. We're extremely proud of him. And then Representative Stu Smith, who is a career educator who has been extremely supportive and helpful to us during his time as well. But have a great leadership team with me today if you have any questions for them. But we thank you for the opportunity to come and share our story, and hopefully we can continue doing great things for kids.
Okay, we still have a little bit of time in that original 20 minutes, and then we do have additional 5 minutes too, if any of your other leadership team wants to add anything, or if not, we can go ahead and hear from guests if you'd like to.
Afternoon. Thanks for letting me talk today. My name is Stu Smith, and I'm the state representative of District 63, which encompasses parts of Independence County. First of all, I'd like to say that what a fantastic school that the South Side is. I've become a state representative and been able to visit the school and see what things that they're doing for the students. Very, very impressive. They're becoming a leader, not just in our area, but I think in the future of education in the state of Arkansas as well. And what really stands out to me is their ability to pinpoint a student's weakness, and then through the flexibility they have in their scheduling, to take that student and work very hard on those weaknesses, but at the same time, they're still able to nurture their strengths and interests and providing them an overall and well-rounded education at the school. At the same time, they also are able to relieve frustrations that as an educator you would see so many times in a student who just tried over and over again to try to learn, for whatever reason, not being able to finally give up and become frustrated, fall through the cracks, and just a waste of a resource. And they work very, very hard to make sure that this doesn't happen. That impresses me as well. Also, they prepare students for the future. They stay with that student and make sure they stay on track for future success. I'm just very impressed overall with the school, with the people that work there, how they work with the community, and they make us all very Independence proud in our area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon. James Sturge, State Senator, District 19. 5 years ago, I had just started my career in the legislature and came before this panel to ask for the original grant, I guess, the waivers and the flexibility for this school. Now, Mr. Rich has already let the cat out of the bag, so not only are they my constituents, but this is my home school. So as I said 5 years ago, I'll say it again, I'm very much biased towards this school. But I can tell you that they didn't have this 10 years ago. When I graduated high school. And in the last 5 years that I've been in the legislature, I've got to see it firsthand how it has made an impact on our county. And not just our county, but as Representative Smith said, the whole state of Arkansas. Now when I'm on the education committee or I'm visiting with other people across the state, they know where Southside School is. And it's not in Fort Smith, and it's not at B Branch, it's Southside of Batesville. And they know which Southside I'm talking about, and I think it's because of this program and its success that they've seen the numbers. And I love the slide that they put in about how much growth they've experienced, how much money they've been able to save families. We talk about data all the time and the need to see data and how it has worked. I think you can see it. I think you can find it by looking at this school. One thing I love about it is how individualized it is. They are really trying to redefine what success means. as far as a high school and as far as what a future story might be. For so long, we had just one tunnel vision of success, that you had to go on to a 4-year degree, you had to get a white-collar job in order to be successful. And that's not true. And these students are finding out that they have so many pathways in order to find success. I can tell you the story of two brothers. One is Roger, one is Larry. Roger went on to college, got 2 degrees, started teaching, worked his way up to be a superintendent, highest paid individual in his school district. Larry went on to college, didn't like it, started working at Walmart in order to make ends meet, became manager of a Walmart in a town of no bigger than 7,000 people. You guess which one makes more money, the superintendent or the manager at Walmart? And it's not the one you think. The manager at Walmart's bonus this year will be more than Roger Rich ever has made in his life. That's his brother. And he's the manager of Truman, Arkansas's Walmart. But I'm telling you, success is not the same for everybody. Future Story basically brings that idea into a reality, that success is what you make of it. They are willing to go the extra mile to help students find out their goals, to find out their needs, and to work with them to meet it. They're not leaving students on their own to figure out or navigate. As Ms. Novella said, they go that extra mile. I can't be more proud of how this project has worked, and I am very supportive of having it renewed for another 5 years. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Are we ready for questions? We'll start down here with Mr. Baldwin.
Yes, thank you. So just a statement and a question. It is apparent by reading through your document that you guys believe in children. And you spent a lot of time talking about kids, really more time talking about the kids than you did talking about your program, so that's impressive. Superintendent Rich, let me ask you, we're going to act on the renewal of your charter today. Beyond that, what is the most critical aspect of the ongoing sustainability of your program when you sit back and look at it and look out 25 years?
It's a tough question. We hope to continue to have the flexibility that we have, and we continue to grow. We have learned so much. When we first came, we just had a plan on paper. We didn't have a clue how it was going to work and how it's continued to evolve. It's just gotten better and better each year. The more that we learn, the more partnerships that we have, we just have more knowledge to pass on to our students. So having the flexibility with our junior high charter that we graciously received just a few months back will allow us to push that down even further and to get even better with our students as we move along. So I hope that answers the question.
To piggyback off of that, when you say the flexibility, is there one thing in particular that has really made the difference? Can you talk a little bit more about that?
I believe it's just a combination of everything. I can't put my finger or thumb on one thing, but all those together have been just a great combination for us. Anything else that you might add?
I think from the curriculum and staffing standpoint, the flexibility to use the staff of UACCB and Lion, we're able to take advantage of the resources in our community and provide our students training that might not have been possible because that professor was not high school certified teacher. And so it's really been nice to be able to tap into all the resources that are locally and bring those into the classroom with our students.
Okay. Dr. Kramers?
No question, just a comment, just to compliment on the community support and the business and industry partnerships. You know, the model is so much around career readiness, college and career readiness, and the pieces that you guys have done in advance and being forward thinking has really, it is definitely a model program as far as all of those components. And I know there's probably going to be more questions on the literacy and math, but on the components of CTE and all, just it's a great example and tremendous amount of work to make that happen with the business partnerships that you have as well.
Questions? Mr. Wilson?
To follow up on Dr. Kramer's comment about the community support, about a year ago, I had occasion to go to Batesville to spend most of the day with the mayor and the county judge and the admiral. And I learned a lot about the strength and support of the Main Street folks, the business people there for the school system. Without exception, they pointed out to me and some other folks with me that they considered the school system there to be the star of the crown, and it made a big impression on me. So, and your presentation has been very interesting from that respect too.
So my question would be, what are some things, are there some things outside of today with the charter approval that the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education could do to help you or help your students?
You're so gracious every time we call with a challenge, with a problem, seeking solutions, that your staff is always on point, ready to help us. And I think just to continue that relationship, just to continue that partnership. We're not afraid to ask questions, and we just appreciate that you're not afraid to find hard answers for us. Sometimes it's the answer we want, sometimes it's not the answer we want. But I appreciate that relationship and that honesty and that trust, and I hope that we can continue that.
Okay.
That's something we do not take for granted, we don't want to lose. So we definitely want to, so when we call you or tell you something, we want you to know that that's the way that it is, and that need is there. So we do appreciate the partnership back and forth.
Okay. And this might be for the two of you or from somebody else. I think it was mentioned that you're sharing what you're doing with your other schools in the area. But even outside of the area, if you could really say, if you'll do this one thing, this can really put you on a path to transform the experience for your students. Is there something that you can kind of point to? Because, again, we realize you're sharing, we realize the whole community is benefiting, but we're still not seeing a whole lot of Batesville South Sides. And I'm just curious as to how do we get others to really jumpstart that?
I think, first of all, it starts with culture and relationships with people. And I think if you don't get those two things right, you're not going to get anything else right. But then you have to have a business community that you go to and that you ask, and they're going to welcome you with open arms. I said before that I'm embarrassed that we didn't ask a lot quicker than we did, and they opened their arms to us, they welcomed us, and they want to have that partnership. So develop that partnership with your business and community, and you need to have a partner with some kind of institution of higher learning, have that partnership with them as well.
All right. Any other questions? So, Ms. Hyatt, are there some things we need to look at on legal issues?
Mary Claire Hyatt with the division. No, there's not. And I just wanted to make sure and get up and tell the panel how much I appreciated working with them, because typically I have to do 3 or maybe 4 legal reviews and am getting information about waivers all the way until the day of the hearing. I only had to do 1 for Southside, and that kind of echoes in August. You heard their application for their new district conversion. It was the same thing. And they have even agreed to be a resource at my urging for those that are going through the process and help navigate the legal section, so that I think that's kind of an area of weakness in the initial applications. So I just wanted to say thank you and to let the panel know really how wonderful they did on this part of the application.
All right, thank you. Okay, any questions or discussions? And if not, I'm ready for a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the renewal request.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you very much, and we will record responses and give you specific feedback. Okay, Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I approve the motion. I think the program is outstanding for the students of Independence County.
Dr. Kramers?
I approve the motion to renew. They are a model program and fully invested with their business and community partnerships so that students have great opportunities for success.
Mr. Rogers?
I approve the motion. It was a good proposal. I don't have any objections to this time.
Okay, Mr. Wilson?
I voted for the motion. I think their application is excellent, and the community support in that area in Panther County is just great.
Okay, well, we thank you for all your work, and I guess going forward, we'll not only get the opportunity to hear more about your high school, but also your middle school as well. So good luck with that, and thank you all for being here. Everybody got the documents? Yeah. And the online you can get to them. I had to hit refresh.
Yeah, I can get to this one. I couldn't get to that last one.
Can I get the names? Yes, ma'am.
Which one is the state's have a problem with?
So we need to wait. A couple minutes. She said they would be here in a minute. Well, we can always at the end of their presentation, we can do that. Okay. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to the final item on our action agenda for today, which is a renewal application for Academics Plus. Ms. Webb, will you update us, please?
Academics Plus is an open enrollment charter that was initially authorized on May 14th, 2001. The charter is approved to serve students in grades K through 12 and has an enrollment of 2275. They are requesting renewal of their charter through June 30th, 2033. Representatives here today for Academics Plus include Rob McGill, Chief Executive Officer, Jeremy Brown, Principal of Scott Charter, Kimberly Willis, Principal of Maumelle Charter, Paula Newton, Principal of Maumelle Charter, Kyron Jones, Chief Operating Officer, Kelly Turney, Curriculum Specialist, and currently Maumelle Mayor Caleb Norris.
Okay. Mayor Norris, would you like to begin before the district, or we can do it after? It's up to you.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you all for the job that you're doing, and thank you for hearing me. I'll be short, which everyone who knows me will thank me for that. Last night, the Maumelle City Council adopted a resolution supporting Academics Plus. And also last night, we adopted our annual budget. So it was so nice to have something like the charter school was unanimously accepted and approved, as opposed to everything else that we seem to argue and bicker about, which is the council's job and my job. But the reason I point that out is this is one of the things that unites everyone on the council. have a crazy schedule today, but I knew that the community would probably impeach me if I didn't come speak on behalf of Academics Plus. And so would my wife, as my 5-year-old is on the waiting list to hopefully get in there next school year. But the charter school is a huge benefit to the community and the city, but it's not just the city. I recently had a meeting with some folks in unincorporated Pulaski County as they were advocating for the opening of a road that was recently closed. And in that conversation, it seemed like more of the talk kept going to charter school and how much it served that area, which is the unincorporated county, Oak Grove, Marche area. And so I just wanted to wholeheartedly give my support to the charter renewal and to the increase in students. Thank you.
And thank you for being here. Yeah. We also want to welcome Representative Lowry and Senator Johnson. Appreciate you being here and taking time to come. Would you all like to speak on behalf of the charter? You can do that now if you would like to. Okay.
Thank you very much, and appreciate the opportunity to come and speak in support of a great community member. I mean, they are the heart of our community. I certainly learned that very quickly in my first election campaign in 2012 of how critical they are to the city of Maumelle. They have not let any of us down in all of those years. They've been a straight A report card school for several years since the report cards have come out. There's so much support. Matter of fact, I guess one funny story I found out in my last election cycle, my opponent got up and started speaking critically of charter schools, and I thought, okay, well, I'm in, because most of the audience were there. They were supporters of what Academics Plus has meant, what the Maumelle Charter School has meant to our community, and they continue to be that. And you know, all ships rise. I think one of the things that we've seen, I know the Pulaski County School District with Maumelle High School and Maumelle Middle, I'm not saying that they feel that the charter school is breathing down their neck, but it certainly has that impact of letting you know that you have to raise your game, because there is an excellent educational program in the school, in the city. I know one of the things that they have stepped up over the last several years, I think it was an issue several years ago, of questioning the diversity of the school. And so the issue came up that how can you exceed the diversity of the city itself unless you have the ability to go outside the incorporated areas into Pilarm, Marche, Morgan. And so at that time, Senators Sanders, Senators English, and I all provided GIF money so that they could purchase a bus specifically to do that and to get the message out into those communities where probably a lot of parents were not even applying to be on the waiting list because they thought, well, even if we get accepted, how are we going to be able to get the students to the school? And so the charter school was able to purchase that bus. They've been able to step up their efforts. I think that they've probably seen the impact of that. And I know Mayor Norris just referenced the fact that some of the people have felt like this cut off access on the road. One of the things that's come up is their access to be able to easily get into Maumelle to the charter school. So there's a lot of excitement outside of the city of Maumelle to the unincorporated areas because, again, I think the charter school is an excellent magnet for our school, for our city, and for our community, and would appreciate your thoughtful support of their extension of their charter. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pfeffer, and members of the committee. I guess y'all are committee, a council, board. I don't have a whole lot to add to what the mayor and Representative Lowry said. This is one of the jewels of not just Maumelle, but of Northwest Pulaski County. I've been thrilled every time I go over to some kind of a meeting and the graduation and things, you know, at a Maumelle charter school. You just get that good feeling, both from the faculty and the kids. It's just that this is a well-oiled machine, and the proof's in the pudding. Their grades are where they should be, and it's just a jewel. And I think that Representative Lowry alluded to the fact that we believe that competition improves the breed, and we have people in that part of the county have beautiful choices. We have an excellent, Maumelle, the public schools, Maumelle High School, Maumelle Middle School are excellent in the grade schools. And over a little more over in the Marche, we have a Catholic school, which is one of the better schools in the state in that area. So I'm happy for my constituents that their choices, and anything that expands those choices and rewards those that have done a wonderful job, and clearly, Academics Plus has done that. I have not had the privilege to actually visit the Scott campus, but I've been told a lot of wonderful things about that, and that was an area of the county that a lot of people worried about it being underserved, and this has just been an additional thing, and I hope that all of y'all will recognize how much effort has been made to serve these specific communities that this school serves. And I want to thank you all, not just the ones that work for ADE, but those of you, and Mr. Wilson, a former legislator, I appreciate you coming back, continuing to give back to our state, and Mr. Baldwin, Dr. Kramers, and Greg, I'm not going to forget you. I appreciate you all the time, too. I'm sorry Dr. Williams, my friend, is not here as well, but we appreciate the effort you put into this, and I just can give my wholehearted support to Mr. McGill and the staff and the board at Academics Plus. So thank you all so much. So happy to be here and to be able to stand with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, if the representatives of the charter and anyone speaking in opposition, please stand to receive the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you very much. And I don't know how many of you are doing the presentation. You're welcome to come be on the front row. And as you come to the microphone to speak, if you'll state your name and title for the record, you're recognized. We'll start with your 20 minutes, and then there would be an additional 5 minutes of time if you need that. So,
okay.
All right.
Thank you. Rob McGill, CEO, Academics Plus Charter Schools Incorporated. Thank you for having me here today, and hopefully we will give you some good information that will assure you that we are capable of handling an additional renewal. First, the presentation purposes is to give you some information about Academics Plus and our schools. We have Maumelle Charter Elementary School, Maumelle Charter High School, and also Scott Charter School. And during this presentation, I want the three principals of each to address you because there's specific needs at each school that they're addressing as in order to meet those needs. Their mission statement is the same as it's been since 2001. Basically, it is to be a college preparatory school, and that is our mission and continues to be, whether we're at Scott or at Maumelle. And that our vision is to be the highest performing college preparatory education institution in America. We are making strides towards that. We're not there yet. Once we get there, we'll set a different vision. But right now, that is our vision, and we are making strides to that and continue to go forward. Our enrollment at this point is 1,550 students. We have 250 in Scott, and then the other 1,300 is in Maumelle. In Maumelle, we have over 560 on the waiting list. Check that today; it's actually 574. So it's gone up since this report was done from October 1st data. And also financials. It's important for numbers and financials for our request, for our amendment request. I think it's very important that you know this. This past year, we ended with $1.9 million in our operating fund, with about $1 million in the building fund, and then we're projected at 2.6. by the end of this year. So that shows not only will we have the funds if we get students, but we have the funds at this point to start a new building. So that's the reason I wanted to share that with you, so you hopefully feel comfortable that we would be able to afford new campus. Our current campus in Maumelle, we are landlocked. We have 2 buildings. We have an elementary school. We have a high school. Both are new. We had a 10-year building program, and we have completed that. And we are able to put the 1,300 students onto the campus, and basically that's all we can do at this point. For Scott, we have a 4-phase plan for facilities. That's very important because we did purchase the Scott Elementary School from Pulaski County Special School District. It's got good academics classrooms for about 400 students. That's what we could accommodate at this point. We did just complete our 300 seating capacity gym. Being out in the rural area, there's not communities and this kind of thing that we can use to help us like we had in Maumelle. So we needed the gym for the extracurricular activities for our students. So that has been completed this past year. And our next thing is, once we hit 400 students, right now we're at 250. We received 400 students. We will be looking to build a new elementary school that will house 550 students. And then when we hit 800 students, we'll build a new high school and then a larger gym also. Unique aspects of Academics Plus. We have several things that we do that's a little different. I think one of the things that's hit on by the representative center is our busing program. We have one bus in Maumelle. That bus, 5 years ago, we had 11 kids riding the bus. Now we have 61 kids. And that is to go into the lower income areas of Maumelle, of the outskirts of Maumelle in Oak Grove, Palorm areas. And not all charter schools have that, but I think that makes us unique as far as the charter schools. Also unique is at Scott, we don't have a busing program, but we have aftercare. We have aftercare at 6 o'clock every day, every school day. In a lot of ways, that's better than transportation, in my opinion, because we don't have latchkey kids. We have parents picking up their kids, and we have them, and we know they're safe until 6 o'clock. It gives the parents who work till 5 o'clock time to get to Scott to pick their kids up. And then also we have an academic program that they participate in to help them in that area also. And then we also have merit pay for teachers, and then we also have, we pay our students and teachers for their AP scores. And we have a big pep rally and present those, and it's a very exciting time when the kids get $200, $300, $400, $500 when those AP scores come in. Other requirements that we require of our students that makes us different is 25 community service hours for each student. We started this past year. This is our 2nd year of doing that. We've always had 10 hours, but we upped it at the high school level for 9 through 12 to 25. And then in 8th grade, we've got different paths, and our expected path for graduation is for our students to begin high school courses in 8th grade. Because if they're not, they're going to be behind when they go to college. Because we want those kids getting concurrent credit and AP courses out of the way before they leave our campus. And in saying that, in graduation requirements, we do require each student to have 2 concurrent credit or advanced placement credits, unless there's an IEP or 504 that we say would override that. Instead of 3 science credits, we require 4, and then we also require computer science credit and 2 foreign language credits. We believe that this absolutely goes along with our college preparedness track. Our goals, we're proud to say that we have met each of our goals, as you've seen in your packet. We worked hard on that, and we're proud of our students and our faculty for obtaining the goals. Amendment request, I want to be clear on exactly what we're requesting. Really requesting 2 things. One is to increase our cap from 1,300 in Maumelle to 2,000 over the next 7 years by increasing 100 students per year. And it's really served us well. Our growth pattern for the last 6 has been exactly this. So we will say this year we graduate 41 seniors, but then we put 120 or 140 kindergartners in. So we're growing at the bottom and go on and have those students for the 12, 13 years. And that's the way we've done it for the last 6. That's why you see on our reports we've got 120 kindergartners, but we have 41 seniors. And we want to do that again and go up to 2,000. And in doing that, we can't do it without a new building or a building of some sort. So we're requesting to be able to build or refurbish, or however we find the way to do that, a school in the northwest part of Pulaski County in the Maumelle area. Not necessarily in the Maumelle city limits, but it could be Maumelle city limits, it could be North Little Rock if you know that area, the Counts Massey Road. And you may not know that the Walmart of Maumelle is actually in North Little Rock city limits. So there's, or it could be in Pulaski County. It just depends on where we can find property that's affordable and that we can successfully make into a school. So those are our 2 amendment requests, a cap increase and also the permission to build a school. At this time, I'll start with the principals. Definitely we believe that strong leadership is vital to the success of the school. And we're fortunate at Academics Plus to have 3 excellent principals. 2 of which have already been with us for several years at Maumelle, and then also Mr. Brown. I'm going to introduce Mr. Brown first. He's a first-year principal, and he's first year at Scott. And his task has been to go into Scott, where we are a D school, is to go into Scott and bring that grade up to a C and then a B. Our goal is to be at a B in 2 years. No, I'm sorry, a C in 2 years, but I'm banking on him to be able to beat that out, but a B within 5. I think the goal is attainable for what I've seen from the last 6 months of his actions at Scott. He has created a culture of high expectations of both the students and staff. He's created order that's also decreased the discipline issues at Scott, and his actions have definitely increased the quality of instruction and learning at Scott. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Jeremy Brown to go over some of the specific things that he's doing to increase student achievement.
Jeremy Brown, principal at Scott Charter School. Good afternoon, how are y'all doing? As Mr. McGill stated, my name is Jeremy Brown, the principal at Scott Charter School. The current letter grade at Scott is a D, and we understand that that is unacceptable. Our goals are to increase our weighted achievement, reading proficiency, and growth score at Scott Charter School. Our plan within the next 5 years are to improve our letter grade to a B by focusing on our actions of improvement. My first goal as a new principal at Scott Charter was to change the learning environment in which our students feel safe. I believe an effective structure and procedures will enhance the learning environment for our students and teachers. I conducted a survey which informed me that our students did not feel safe. I implemented a positive behavior intervention and support system known as CHAMPS. CHAMPS is a proactive and positive approach to building a classroom management. It is important to provide an environment for students to receive quality instruction. An effective classroom management plan prevents misbehavior and is continually refined to help students become increasingly respectful, motivated, and highly engaged in instructional activities. Scott Charter is also incorporating and utilizing RISE components within the daily schedule to increase the focus of reading instruction. Our teachers and administration staff are currently receiving or have completed RISE training to ensure that RISE is implemented with fidelity. We currently have a RISE trainer, grades 3 through 6 on campus. We also have a RISE trainer, grades K through 2 within our district. We are also collaborating with the literacy and math specialists from Archford Education Service Cooperative. Maumelle Charter Elementary and High School have had success with summer learning in Eureka Math. Our goal within the district is to align the curriculum across the district, creating an equitable and learning and teaching experience. Our goal at Scott Charter is to mirror the success of our counterparts within the district. Our after-school program is offered to all Scott Charter students. Students are provided snacks and tutoring sessions that are student-focused. Our after-school program will focus on students' deficiencies in reading and math. Students will receive tutoring on Tuesdays and Wednesdays on grade level standards based on NWEA results. We also have an agricultural science program. Our agricultural science program is offered to our primary and secondary students with emphasis on plant and animal science. We are currently in the process of building a $210,000 greenhouse to support our plant science pathway. We have also implemented professional learning communities that have focused on improving Tier 1 instruction. We're currently in the process, we're not in the process, we have implemented Mustang Time. Mustang Time is a school-wide intervention that focuses on the deficiencies of individual students' dynamic indicators of basic early literacy skills. Each teacher within our building has recognized the areas of concern to improve students' phonemic awareness. All teachers at the primary level are conducting effective interventions to ensure the progress of our students. Teachers will also progress monitor students to ensure deficiencies are met. At this time, I would like to introduce Kimberly Willis, Maumelle Charter High School principal.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. As Mr. Brown stated, my name is Kimberly Willis, Maumelle Charter High School principal. Good afternoon. As you can see here, we have our performance goals. Our current performance grade is an A. The 5% increase in our performance goals are based on our ambition to be the top 10% in the top 10% of schools in Arkansas. Positive movement of students from lower achievement levels to higher helps us to meet our ultimate goal, which is, of course, to grow all students. How we plan on doing this is through our actions for improvement. Our first action of improvement, science of reading. We identify students at risk for reading deficiencies and provide systematic, comprehensive, and evidence-based reading interventions to reduce the number of students reading below grade level and proficiency levels. These interventions and remediations target developing phonemic awareness, phonics, reading fluency, vocabulary, and reading comprehension skills. Our next action is through our Summit Learning Curriculum. Summit is an online learning platform that students focus on developing a strong grasp of the class material and effective application of the content through projects, mastery of cognitive skills, and their focus areas. Summit Learning Platform does this while giving parents an unprecedented window of transparency into the student's education. Our next action is our professional learning communities. Our PLC teams are gathering evidence on levels of student learnings through multiple data sets, developing and implementing strategies to not only build on strengths, but to also address deficits. Last but not least, our last action is our remediation and activity schedule. Our primary focus here is to move students first out of in need of support to the next performance level by providing the research-based interventions twice a week during our activity schedule. In addition, we provide extensions in small groups and both in class and after school to ensure that the students receive additional time and support for all levels of student learning. At this time, you will hear from Paula Newton, our elementary principal.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. Good afternoon. I am Paula Newton, principal of Maumelle Charter Elementary. Our ESSA performance score for the 2018-19 school year is 83.7, and we received an A rating. We are in the top 10% for student performance in the state as a reward school. We received this same score of 83.7 for the 2017-18 school year, and we were in the top 5% for student performance. We want to be back in the top 5%, so our goal is to raise our weighted achievement score to at least 90 this school year. This will require us moving a large number of our students who scored in need of support to close or ready in reading. Another goal we are working towards this year is increasing our school value added growth from 84.1 to 88.1. With 80 showing the expected growth of our students, we want to see more or all of our students growing. We want all of our students reading on grade level, but our goal is to increase our percentage of students reading on grade level this school year from 68.1% to 80%. This would increase our school quality and school success percentage number to at least 78.1. We have and are implementing some different strategies to help us reach these goals. We are providing interventions for our students who scored in need of support in reading during the school day. We target the specific skills and standards they need the most help with. Most of our teachers have completed phase 1 of the science of reading and will complete phase 2 by the summer of 2020. We also implemented Eureka Math last year and we saw very good results, so we are continuing with this as our math curriculum. We are in year 2 of implementing PLCs, and we use these meetings to make decisions on what our students should learn and the strategies for when they do not learn. Data from our NWEA and ACT Aspire interims is analyzed in our weekly PLC grade level meetings to know which students have met their standards and need interventions or extension. At this time, I'll turn it back over to Mr. McGill.
I thought it was important for you to hear, you know, we're doing a lot of the same things both at Scott and at Maumelle, but there are also differences at each school because each community is different, and also the students at each school are different. At this point, request a 13-year renewal, and subject to your questions, we'll try to answer them.
All right, Ms. Hyatt, was there anyone here to speak in opposition? Okay. I need to turn this off. There we go. All right, so before we start with questions, Ms. Hyatt, do we need to go over any remaining legal review items?
Mary Claire Hyatt with the division. Yes, ma'am, there are a couple. Again, new information was presented since the second legal review, which you have, so some of this is just verifying for the record. The first is on Board of Directors. They've actually added 2 additional waivers since the document that you have that they need, which is 613-619A1B through C, and 613-619A2. And the rationale provided is that any trustee and their bylaws may call a board meeting. This has to do with how they can call a board meeting, and their own bylaws dictate that. Lots of charters, since they don't have a traditional school board, hold these waivers. I don't have any legal issue with it. I just wanted for them to confirm that they would like those waivers for the record, and then allow you guys to ask any questions if you have them.
Rob McGill, CEO, Academics Plus, yes, we would like to have those waivers.
Okay, the second is on the personnel policy section. They provided some additional rationale in response to some of my comments about how they were using 617-208 and 210 concerning employee discipline, and they do have a policy. It just doesn't follow the policy outlined in law, which was my question is, did they need the waiver because they didn't have a policy, or is it because their policy was different? So they've satisfied that question for me, and they have asked for a waiver at my suggestion of section 5.01 of our rules governing school district requirements for personnel policies, salary schedules, minimum salaries, and documents posted onto the website. So if you could just verify that for the record.
Yes, agree to that waiver.
The next one is not as much a legal issue as I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Academics Plus is the only non-virtual charter school holding a waiver of 621-303B1, which is the provision in law about providing funds to teachers to purchase school supplies. So the law specifically requires that, in their case, K through 6, they would have to provide the greater of $20 per student who is in a teacher's classroom more than 50% of the time, or $500 to the teacher each year so that they can purchase school supplies. Obviously, in a virtual context, that waiver makes a lot of sense. They did provide a pretty robust response to my question about this, but I just wanted to give Academics Plus an opportunity to explain to the panel how they're using it so that you know why they hold it since they're the only one.
Rob McGill, Academics Plus Charter School. Yes, this is a waiver we've had before my time at least, and I was in the charter school since 2010. But we do provide for our teachers, for sure. We do provide their needs. But one of the programs at Maumelle is that PTO, if parents give to the PTO, they can, part of their money is earmarked for the classroom. So we actually have teachers, with some of them, with $1,500 to spend on their classes. So that was the purpose of the PTO doing this, is to save the district money on this side, but at the same time providing for the teachers. And then we also provide the principals. We have to provide every teacher, K through 12, $100 just for whatever they need. But this is in addition to that. And then also the principals have a budget, so anything that the teachers need, they can also come to the principals. And I don't know, when I was a principal, okay, the elementary principal, we had teachers who had like 15, 20 years, they had $500. Sometimes I had to beg them to spend their money, you know, and I don't want to get into that. We need to spend money on what's important. If they need something, we're going to provide it for them, but I'm not into spending money just to be spending money because you got it. You know, that's kind of where that came from in the beginning.
You mentioned the PTO in Maumelle. Do you also have a PTO for the Scott
We have
School?
a booster club,
Booster club? Okay.
they're not athletic. They're just booster club. They call themselves booster club instead of a PTO. But yes, they do things for the teachers also. Now, I'll be honest, they are not able to do as much, but the principal's budget takes care of that. And
Okay.
they also get the $100 up front too.
Okay, and Mr. Brown's behind you nodding, so I'm taking that as he's feeling okay on that. All right, thank you.
Okay, just two more. Okay, so again, with the curriculum waiver, the 1A2, which is what we talked about, we've talked about it a couple of times today, the standard that says you can either provide for a high school unit of credit 120 hours or an approved subject matter competency plan. My question to every charter, and again, I'll ask it to Academics Plus, is if you are not providing the 120 clock hours and you are not providing the instruction through an approved subject matter competency plan, and we are awarding a high school graduation requirement or a high school unit of credit, on what basis are you using to measure that?
The reason we have this waiver in the first place was because of distance learning. And that's what I want to make sure we're still covered on. If we have a course in distance learning and a student finishes it in a semester's time, I don't want him to have to, let's say he takes Algebra 1, and can he not move on in January to geometry? So that's my whole premise for this waiver, is to make sure we have that covered in distance learning. We checked on, I think, Thomas Coy about the mastery, and I don't think he thought this was the appropriate way to go through the mastery program. We're still giving grades, A, B, C, D. We're not giving 1, 2, 3, performance-based grading. So I just want to make sure we're covered on distance learning.
Okay, and I understand that, and so this one has caught my attention this time too, and I think, just so I'm clear, what's changed is with the update of our standards for accreditation and now having a process in place for the competency-based awarding of credit,
Right. So
this is different because we don't have districts right now with a waiver from this particular.
So we do. What happened was when the new standards for accreditation went into place, we didn't yet have a system internally set up for getting competency-based approval. So when Alexandra Boyd, the charter director at the time, and I did that standards transition, people that had held a waiver under the previous version of the 120 clock hours maintained that waiver because we didn't have the process to incorporate the subject matter competency approval yet. That process has been developed at this point, so an ongoing need for because that competency-based approval was something that the legislature added to the law in 2017. In terms of distance and digital learning, you know, we did have this conversation a little bit earlier, so I had some time to look at those rules, and any course that's offered under the distance and digital learning rules either has to be approved by us or meet certain requirements, which would meet the requirements of the standard. Because it's not a seat time requirement that the student must sit in the seat for 120 clock hours. It's more about the programmatic offerings of the course. So it just kind of, and Stacy Smith is here too if you want a more robust explanation, but I did speak with her.
And so I guess I'm trying to think through, like, we have been, I mean, this process has been in place in the past because, like, with our ALE, students through ALE, you know, they are progressing, sometimes at an accelerated rate. So I guess what I want to make sure is I don't want to do anything that's going to create a problem for accelerating learning opportunities for students. But I also just, since this is showing up now, I want to make sure that we're doing the right thing or answering your questions in the right way, so.
Yeah, and so Stacy Smith, Learning Services. So definitely we probably need to get some more clarity around this with this is a constant change and constant conversation. We have always allowed independent study courses which provide for acceleration. All right, and kids finishing a course before the semester is over. That's not new. We haven't really talked about it a lot, but you've had independent study course codes for a long time. So your example of a specific student finishing a digital course earlier and being able to get credit for that is something that has already been done. I will say when we talk about competency-based education and you're comparing it to standards and time, we have to get more clarity around that. I don't think you're necessarily talking about competency. You're saying the student has finished the course and the school district has basically certified that it meets the 120 hours of content. Most students typically would take 120 hours to complete that course in a semester or the time period given for it. So you're not asking to waive that time. You're just asking for an individual student. So I don't think he needs the waiver for individual kids who finish the course early. Their 120 hours on standards for accreditation is that they're committing to this amount of content. Does that help?
We're also only given, of course, the courses are approved by ADE before we give them. So
Okay.
if that covers us, I'm okay.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear.
Okay, no, I'm glad you're doing that, so I'm feeling much better.
So just need some clarification on whether or not you intend to move forward with the request for that particular waiver.
I'm okay as well.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
I approve not having the waiver.
Yeah, and I will say this, should there come a situation where you feel like you need it, I don't want to tell you, that you shouldn't have it. So if the situation does present, then I'm publicly saying if it's needed, then it's something we would need to consider. Okay.
And I hope that in the new version of the standards for accreditation that's kind of going through the promulgation process now, that we can add some clarity to that language so that we can all make sure it meshes with what the legislature passed in 2017 and in our current practice. The very last one, it's not a legal issue, I just need him to confirm. So they provided some additional rationale so that, under school safety. They asked for waivers of 6A1 and 6A2, and I had some additional questions on why they needed a waiver of 6A2. They have since provided that rationale, mostly being that they are doing all of those things, just not necessarily in the way that CAPSAF says they have to do them. And that's common, I think, for charter schools that don't have the same types of facilities that a traditional public school has. So I just need them to, actually, I don't need them to do anything. I just need to say my concern was resolved and that they're fine moving forward with 6A1 and 6A2.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hyatt. All right, so we will go ahead. Members, were there any other questions on that? Okay. I'll go ahead and start with Mr. Baldwin to see if you have questions.
Okay, thank you. So 13 years is a long time, and I guess I'm interested in you all talking about your processes that you go through to add a school. So you moved from Maumelle to Scott, which is an interesting move, and I'm sure you have other plans during this 13-year period. So how do you make a decision where to go to?
Well, interesting. Maumelle started because of a need for the city to have its own school, and the Pulaski County Special School District did not do that until after the charter school was there, and then the middle school began about 6 or 7 years after that. So that's the reason Maumelle exists from the very beginning. It is actually the first charter school in the state that was approved. Then Scott, we saw an opportunity, and we saw the need. I was Pulaski County Special School District. I was with them for 18 years as principal, and then my last 16 months as acting superintendent. And it's always been talked about Scott closing down for about 10 years before it actually closed. My argument when I was a superintendent said, if you drive out there, houses are coming up. Houses are being built in that area. It's a rural community, but there's growth. And so the area is growing, and the community wanted it because they were actually coming to us at the same time when we just happened to mention it. I mean, we had community members coming to us, representatives, and coming to us to see what we could do. And with the help of Mr. Key, because at that time they were under state control, he was the school board, we were able to work a deal with PCSSD and purchase the property. So that's kind of where that came from. It was just kind of, in my mind, it kind of fell in our lap. And at the same time, I think the community was very happy to see it. There was a need, and then we were filling that need. And then now, at this point in time, with over 670 on the waiting list, there's a need still in Maumelle to grow. And if we stay at 1,300, our waiting list is going to will get bigger and bigger and bigger. When we're doing 100 students at a time, our waiting list was growing about 50 to 100 students a year. So if we stop growing and stay at 1,300, our waiting list is going to continue to grow, and we're going to not be fulfilling the needs of some parents and students. So that's why we're looking to grow in the Maumelle area.
Do you see yourselves potentially becoming a statewide system?
We have discussed, not necessarily statewide, but maybe other locations in central to outskirts of central Arkansas. That's something that we would consider. But right now, our priority is twofold. Meet the needs of the students at Scott, because as a principal talked to you, I mean, we've got some problems out there that we're trying to fix, and we're going to academically fix that. And the other is to grow in the area that we are currently in. And right now, the human capital that we have, myself included, that's two tasks that we need to focus on. Down a year or two, then we can get those things going, then we can definitely look at other options.
Dr. Kramers.
I kind of have the same thought about the 13 years as well. You have a lot of successes happening, which is really exciting, and I think, the plan to go forward is so well thought out, and the culture you're developing there, the academic components, and I especially love the collaborations you're already doing with the co-ops and the work. I think that's all wonderful to see that as well. So I guess some of it's just kind of logistical questions. If Scott didn't improve or decrease, and we approved for 13 years, we could still have a special callback on that. I don't know what happens in that instance if there were
I mean, a charter could be called back at any time. Usually when the 13 years, you're thinking about the span of a student through their...
Yeah, it's an original, it's a one-time thing because it only works really for one student. That's the ones coming in this next year. But the student that's 4-year-old's about to turn 5 right now, that parent and student knows that they can stay with Academics Plus for the full 13 years. And, we're signing commitments for 25 years when we sign these $1 million loans. So our bondholders would definitely feel better about a longer term than 3-year or a 5-year. And at the same time, I'd be glad to come back in at any point in time. And you have as far as I know, you have the
can call
authority
back.
to do that.
Yeah.
And so that's just, you know, I've always come for 20. I'm the kind, I want to get the max. But I guess I've digressed a little bit because you have given a charter school 13 in the past. So I said, well, if they've given one, maybe we can get that one too. So that's kind of where 13 had come from too.
You have a question?
I didn't until something you said right then.
Uh-oh. I'll hush.
Well, you started talking. Well, well, you started talking about your commitments, and it sounded like you had gotten loans or you'd gotten commitments from. And so then I was wondering because I don't know.
Well, we've got them now because we've got buildings. Yes, we've got a $3 million gym at Scott. We've got a 15-year to 20-year note, 15 locked and up to 20, and then we've got 25-year bonds at Maumelle for $27 million.
And Secretary Key approved those?
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. All that's been done. That's all the done things. Now we're looking to do a different one and a new one. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Secretary, well, it was Tom Kimmel approved the first one, and then Mr.
So it goes back
Woods,
that
the commissioners approved it.
Okay, so it does have commissioner's approval on it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All of them do.
That when you said that, that's what.
Oh, yes.
And going along the same lines with them with the 13 years, I understand what you were saying on there, but I'm looking for consistency how the charter panel's been going, and most of them have been on 5 years. And not to pick on Scott because you had me fired up, Dave. I really believe you're going to get it done, but that is a D school, and so at least for me, and I get where you're coming with the 13.
School.
D plus
We're that close. That close to a C.
But I don't know. I would probably feel more comfortable, and given that Maumelle's doing such a good job, and I was looking at more probably like an 8-year is where I was landing in my head. Just not because anything, but just to stay consistent with how because the other ones have been going of getting 5 years when they were D's and C's. And plus I want him to come back and tell us how good he's doing sooner. So I mean, that's where I was looking at. So that's really the only comment I had until you said something about loans and got me one.
It's all good. I promise. On the loans.
Mr. Wilson?
Mr. McGill, do you keep a separate wait list for the Scott School as opposed to the Maumelle?
Yes,
I wondered.
they are completely separate. Right now, I think we have about 3 students at Scott on the wait list, and that's because basically our classes are full at a certain grade level. So we may have 25 kids in 3rd grade, but now we have 2 kids that show up that want to be in, but we don't have a teacher for them.
Well, I'm familiar with the growth around the Scott area, and I would expect that sooner rather than later, you're going to be faced with a new elementary building there.
I'm hoping we grow about 50 students a year. And when we get up to about 375, then we're talking about building a school. And that community, I mean, but I'll be honest with you, Scott has it much better than what Maumelle ever had it until about 6 years ago. The Scott Elementary School is in much better condition and much better facility than Maumelle had until they built the first school in 2011. So for 10 years, they were in trailers and in strip malls that were worse than the trailers. So, you know, you can't hardly mess up brick and block, and that's what the Scott Elementary School was built
I know
up.
those folks in the Scott area for years have wanted their own school system there, and I'm gratified that it's there, and I'm impressed that you all understand the need to get those grades up, and those kids can do it.
They can.
I know they.
That's right. That's right. There's no excuse. And we're not making an excuse that the school's where it's at, other than they're not where they're supposed to be. And we acknowledge that, and we're not going to say for any reasons that we're happy with where it is.
I think my question would be for Mr. Brown. In looking, it looks like from 2018 to 2019, you had a pretty significant rate of turnover in staff. at the elementary school. And so I was wondering, between last year and this year, did that stabilize? Did you have additional turnover that was needed? And maybe you just talk to us a little bit about your staffing, because we know that's a key factor in how well kids are going to perform academically.
Right, we've had a little bit of turnover as I came in this year.
Okay.
I know one of the biggest things is we're wanting to build on our culture there at Scott to retain those teachers and give those teachers the right resources to stay at Scott to continue to help build our students academically.
It's a heavy investment with the science of reading and them gaining their proficiency. So you definitely, as you're investing in them, want to keep them there. So,
Yes.
But you feel good about the staff you have, or even, I'm thinking in, staff in Maumelle who are very well trained if needed. Is there a conversation of we're going to do what we need to get the right people in the right seat with regards to staffing?
Yes, one of the biggest things that we've done this year, we wanted to make sure our staff feels supported. And as one of the major tasks that we've had at our school, we have observations every single day and provide feedback for our teachers. Like I said, we have those trainers on campus, on staff. Ms. Willis and Ms. Newton, they do an awesome job of collaborating with us, as well as Mr. Jones, making sure that we aligned every aspect within our buildings to ensure that growth at Scott.
Okay. And Ms. Newton, you have a successful school, so I would say resources that your teachers can provide could be critical. Okay.
Can I speak on that now?
Sure.
So his teachers have actually come over to our building and met with our PLCs, or we collaborate with them. So big collaboration between the buildings and the PLCs.
Can I expound on that a little bit, Rob
Yes.
McGill? The two things that he mentioned in his was Eureka Math. Well, Eureka Math's first year at Scott this year. Last year was a trial year we did at Maumelle Charter Elementary School. Saw the success there, so then we implementing that and had the training at Scott. Also, Summit Learning, it was a 2-year implementation for Maumelle Charter High School for the 6th and 7th graders. And after the first year, honestly, wasn't too impressed, based because the staff that we had doing it. And that changed last year, where Miss Willis got her staff, and instead of 1 or 2 teachers doing it, and then there were 6 teachers doing it, and they were feeding off of, they were able to talk with North Little Rock. North Little Rock was talking to us, and because they were implementing Summit Learning at the same time, and it really took off. And the scores were better at the high school, so that's one of the things we're implementing now this year at Scott also, with 6th and 7th grade Summit Learning. And seeing good training and good reward from that so far.
All right. Additional questions? None over here? Okay. Any discussion by the panel? I did ask the staff to look at other schools that had gotten a renewal for more than what we typically see. Looks like Eastham, Lisa, and Kip have had a 13-year, is that correct, or more? Is it 13 years? Okay.
I knew the other two.
Yeah, we've had at least 2 that have had a similar request for a renewal for that length of time.
You ready?
I feel like it. Just wait. Okay. I'm just, and it's totally not that I don't believe that you're going to get it done, because I totally do. It's just, I think that we need to be sure that we are going in the right way, and I would just feel better if we didn't extend it out to 13 years. Now, I may lose up here, but that's just how I feel about it. But I don't want that to be any reflection on anything that you said or did. Do what?
How about 10?
we compromise.
Okay. So we've had discussion and bargaining. Do we have other discussion questions, or are we ready for a motion?
I could go along with the 10. Just, I just feel like if we can just have just a little something that I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we need to be successful at Scott. And to keep going.
I see it in Raising 3.
So if you're ready, I mean, I'll make a motion that we approve the charter application with the exception of renewal over 10 years instead of the 13.
Okay. I have a motion.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second to approve the renewal for 10 years. Is that correct? Is that the correct motion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No?
Okay. The motion carries. So the motion is, or excuse me, the motion carries, so the charter is renewed for 10 years. And we will record our votes and have additional feedback.
Was it my turn? My phone? Oh,
Yeah, give them just a minute.
yeah, sorry. Great. So, bankers are looking at the charters from their own money in these schools. Surely they must.
It depends on what club, if they go with it, maybe it gets a little harder anyway. If they don't, maybe they don't tell you what grants, what community or something like that. Maybe it's our city community grant. That goes a long way because the most charters don't own it. So it gets a little different.
It wouldn't make much difference between 10 and 13 in this case, or 5 and 8.
All right, Mr. Baldwin.
Yes, thank you. I approve the motion to renew for 10 years. I think you guys run an excellent program, and I think the extended approval period is appropriate.
Okay. Dr. Kramers.
I approve the motion to renew for 10 years. The charter plan in school is well thought out and supports student success.
Mr. Rogers.
I approve the motion to renew the charter for 10 years.
Mr. Wilson.
I voted against the motion. I would have voted for 13 years. Then I've been informed by my betters here that it probably doesn't make much difference in borrowing money anyway. But still, that was the reason for my vote.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you being here. Hopefully, feedback is helpful. We do look forward to seeing the success at Scott and continued success at the other schools. So thank you for your time today. Thank you for our other guests who are here. We appreciate your time as well. And that is the last item on our action agenda today. Do we have anything else? Nope. We will then be here tomorrow for our second day.
What does our day look like tomorrow? Can you have a feel for it?
Tomorrow, let me look. Ms. McLaughlin, our agenda for tomorrow. Can you come give us just an update before we adjourn?
Trying to get an idea of how long we might be here
Yeah,
tomorrow.
yeah. Sorry, we're going to get an update for tomorrow, and we'll let you all go ahead and head out. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas, everyone. We appreciate you. Yeah, good to see you.
Tomorrow, we will have 2 renewal applications, and we will have 2 full reviews.
Okay.
2 full reviews for the 2 schools that you voted to here this month.
Okay, and is the day divided into morning and afternoon, or do we
No.
have it all scheduled? So we're going to see
We
how
just have it all
it's
scheduled
going
on
to
a morning
proceed.
agenda for
Okay.
the 4. So,
Okay,
Can have, or you do have it scheduled for in the morning mostly?
we do. We
That's how
didn't
it
break it
happened.
up like a morning and afternoon agenda, but I guess it'll depend on how quickly we proceed the morning. So we may have to bump one of them to the afternoon. Okay.
and lunch is ordered for tomorrow.
Okay. All right.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. And if there's nothing else, then I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay?
Second.
All right, we're adjourned until tomorrow.